Welcome. Tonight, our journey takes us deep into the memory of our planet, into the vast, silent archives of deep time. We are not here tonight to simply recite the facts we know. We are here to linger quietly on the questions we cannot fully answer. We are journeying into the heart of the strangest, most profound, and most enduring prehistoric mysteries of life and evolution. The story of life on Earth is not a simple, straight line, marching inevitably towards the familiar. It is a vast, tangled, and often baffling book, and many of its most incredible pages are missing, torn out by time, or written in a faint, cryptic language we have yet to decipher. Tonight, we will wander patiently through that lost library. We will seek the ghosts of evolution. We will ask how a creature with 5 eyes and a grasping nozzle could possibly exist. We will wonder why a shark had a spiral saw for a jaw. We will stand in quiet awe before the puzzle of a dome-headed dinosaur, the enigma of a bat-winged reptile, and the profound, silent mystery of the human cousins who walked this earth beside us and then vanished. This is a journey into the what if, the how, and the why. We will explore the bizarre, the magnificent, and the colossal, not as a frightening spectacle, but as a quiet meditation on life's endless, almost whimsical creativity. This is a long story, a story of 5 hours, designed to be a soft, steady, and fascinating companion in the quiet of the night. It is here to gently occupy the mind, to hold your curiosity, and to replace the sharp, bright anxieties of the day with the deep, calm, and profound wonder of the ancient past. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It is always a deep comfort to know who is joining us for this long voyage into the unknown. Now, dim the lights. Perhaps turn on a fan for that soft background hum. Imagine it as the sound of the deep, slow, turning pages of Earth's lost history. And let's ease into tonight's long journey together. Let us listen for the lost whispers of evolution. This story, this great 4.5 billion-year-old mystery, must begin as all stories do at the very beginning. Before the bones, before the shells, before the first faint fossilized footprint. It begins in a world that is not yet alive, with the greatest, most profound, and most complete enigma of them all, the first impossible spark. This is the ultimate mystery, the foundational enigma upon which all other stories of life are built. How did we begin? We know with a quiet certainty that our planet 4.5 billion years ago was a sterile, violent, and molten hellscape. We also know that, just a few 100 million years later, it was teeming, at least on a microscopic level, with life. But what happened in between? What was the moment? What was the process that bridged the vast, profound, and seemingly impossible chasm between the non-living and the living? What was the mechanism that took a simple, chaotic soup of inert chemicals, ammonia, methane, water, carbon dioxide, and organized them into the first complex, self-replicating, metabolizing cell? This is the mystery of abiogenesis, and it is a question so profound that we have, as yet, no definitive answer. We have only tantalizing clues and 2 great competing and beautiful hypotheses. The first, perhaps the most familiar, is the warm little pond, a dream first articulated by Charles Darwin himself. Imagine, on the young Earth, a shallow, sun-drenched pool of water, perhaps on the flanks of a volcano or near a coastal lagoon. This pond is a rich chemical soup, fed by minerals from the land and perhaps complex organic molecules delivered by comets and meteorites from space. The sun beats down, providing energy. Lightning, a constant violent force in the early atmosphere, cracks overhead, its electrical charge another source of power. In this warm, protected, energetic cradle, the simple molecules, by sheer random chance, begin to link together. They form amino acids, they form nucleotides, they form fatty lipids. Over millions, perhaps, of random trials, these building blocks combine. A chain of RNA learns, by accident, to copy itself. A bubble of fatty lipids, by chance, forms around that replicating molecule, creating the first primitive protocell, a tiny, fragile, bounded entity, separate from the world around it. It is a story of sunlight, chance, and quiet, shallow water. But there is another, darker, and perhaps more powerful hypothesis. It takes us away from the sun and plunges us deep into the very place we first explored. The eternal, lightless, crushing dark of the deep ocean floor. Imagine the young Archean ocean. The crust is thin and volcanic activity is rampant, and at the bottom of this deep, dark, chemical-rich sea are the hydrothermal vents. We have met them as alien oases, but what if they are, in fact, the cradle? Picture these towering black chimneys, gushing superheated water, a black, toxic-looking smoke, rich in hydrogen, methane, and sulfur compounds. This is not a gentle pond. This is a violent chemical furnace, but it is also a place of gradients, a place of profound natural energy. There is an intense thermal gradient, from the scalding 400-degree water inside the vent to the near-freezing 2-degree water of the deep ocean just centimeters away. There is a powerful chemical gradient, a sharp, energetic difference between the hydrogen-rich vent fluid and the carbon dioxide-rich seawater. Scientists now theorize that this energy, this natural, constant chemical disequilibrium, was the true engine of life. The very rock of the vents, a porous, spongy iron-sulfur mineral, may have acted as the first inorganic catalyst, its tiny microscopic pockets serving as the first cells, concentrating the simple molecules and using the natural flow of hydrogen as a battery. Life, in this vision, was not a lucky, random accident in a warm pond. It was an inevitable thermodynamic consequence of a wet, rocky, and geologically active planet. It was born in the dark, forged by the Earth's own internal fire. We do not know which story is true. Perhaps both are. Perhaps life began 100 times, in 100 different ways, before one single successful lineage, the last universal common ancestor, finally took hold. What we do know is that it did happen. This spark, whether from the sun or from the deep, ignited a fire. This first, simple microbial life, these single-celled bacteria and archaea, were the only inhabitants of our planet for the next 3 billion years, an almost eternal, silent, and invisible reign. The planet was alive, but it was a planet of slime, of microbial mats, and for eons, it seemed, this was all there would ever be. Until, in the cold, deep, and ancient seas, long after this first spark, something new began to stir in the darkness. Life, after its long, simple, single-celled childhood, was about to attempt its first, grand, and utterly bizarre experiment in complexity. And this first, grand, and bizarre experiment, this false dawn of large-bodied life, is the Ediacaran biota. We journey forward in time, past the long 3 billion-year reign of the microbes, to a period roughly 600 million years ago. The planet has just emerged from a profound global trauma, the Snowball Earth, a time when the entire world, perhaps even to the equator, was locked in a deep planetary freeze. Now the ice has melted. The oceans are new, cold, and perhaps, for the first time, becoming rich in dissolved oxygen, a byproduct of the microbial life that endured. And in this new, oxygenated post-glacial water, in the deep, silent, dark sea floor, something new appears. It is not an animal as we know it. Imagine in the deep, still, sunless water a landscape that looks less like a seafloor and more like a strange, quilted, alien garden. The fossils left behind by these creatures, the first large multicellular life forms on Earth, are not bones or shells. They are faint, delicate impressions, like a pattern pressed into a wet concrete slab. They are ghosts in the sandstone. There are creatures like Charnia, shaped like a delicate, leaf-like frond, anchored to the seabed, perhaps filtering microscopic nutrients from the gentle passing current. There are creatures like Dickinsonia, a flat, segmented, almost elliptical mat, perhaps the size of a bath mat, lying passively on the ooze, its quilted body perhaps absorbing nutrients directly through its skin. There are small disc-like forms, aspidella, that look like simple buttons or holdfasts scattered across the seafloor. This was the Ediacaran Garden, a world of profound, almost meditative stillness. The central profound mystery of this world is that it appears to be a world without predators. It is a world without violence. These creatures show no signs of armor, no defensive spines, no bite marks. They also show no signs of movement. They have no legs, no fins, no clear heads, no mouths, no guts, no anuses. They are simply there. They are strange, complex, biological structures, living a life of passive, absorptive silence. What were they? This is the deep, uncanny, and still unresolved mystery. For decades, scientists have debated their place in the tree of life. Were they the first primitive animals? The true ancestors of all that would come? The fossil of Dickinsonia, when analyzed for preserved organic molecules, was found to contain traces of cholesterol-like substances, a fat that is a hallmark of the animal kingdom. This is a powerful clue. But if they were animals, they were animals built on a blueprint that has been entirely and utterly lost. A quilted construction, a fractal-based body plan, a way of being that involved no eating, no hunting, and no moving. Or were they something else entirely? Were they giant, single-celled protists, like the modern sand-encrusted xenophyophores of the deep, just on a far grander scale? Were they a strange, early experiment in fungal life, giant, seafloor lichens? Or in the most chilling and romantic possibility, were they something else? A failed experiment, a fourth kingdom of life, a completely different, independent, and ultimately unsuccessful attempt at multicellularity. A different solution to the problem of being big. A lineage that arose, flourished in this brief, quiet, pre-predatory window, and then vanished completely, leaving no descendants at all. They were a false dawn, a world of silent, quilted, motionless, leaf-like, and mat-like beings. They were the planet's first, strange, and beautiful draft. This quiet, still, peaceful garden of quilted mats and fronds, this age of slime, as it is sometimes called, lasted for millions of years. It was a world of profound, passive, and perhaps even mindless complexity. But this silent, peaceful, non-violent world was itself on the brink of an apocalypse. The stillness was about to be shattered by a new, violent, and revolutionary innovation. The garden was about to be invaded. The silence was about to be broken by the sudden, terrifying, and world-changing invention of the mouth. And with it, a new kind of life was about to explode onto the scene. This is the great biological Big Bang, the single most dramatic and perhaps most mysterious revolutionary event in the entire history of life. It began around 541 million years ago, marking the dawn of the Cambrian period. And in the space of just a few brief geological moments, perhaps only 10 to 20 million years, the entire, quiet, passive, and simple rulebook of the Ediacaran world was torn apart and rewritten. It was not a slow, gradual, step-by-step evolution. It was an explosion. Imagine the oceans, which for 3 billion years had known only microbes, and for a brief, strange interlude, those passive, quilted mats. Suddenly, the seafloor is filled with everything. Creatures with legs, creatures with shells, creatures with spines, claws, and armor, and most critically, creatures with heads, with guts, and with mouths. Life, in an instant, had invented predation. It had invented hunting, and in response, it had invented defense. In this brief, creative frenzy, almost every single fundamental body plan or phylum that exists on Earth today appeared as if from nowhere. The first arthropods, the ancestors of insects, crabs, and the sea scorpions themselves, with their jointed legs and hard exoskeletons. The first chordates, the tiny swimming ancestors of all fish, reptiles, and ourselves. The first mollusks, the ancestors of snails and cephalopods. The first echinoderms, the ancestors of starfish. This was not a gentle dawn. This was a chaotic, violent, and astonishingly creative arms race. The silent, passive garden of the Ediacarans was, in all likelihood, simply eaten into extinction. But why? Why then? Why, after 3 billion years of almost total stasis, of simple single-celled life, did the planet suddenly, violently, and irreversibly explode with this dazzling, complex, and monstrous diversity? This is the central mystery of the Cambrian explosion. We do not know the answer. We only have a collection of compelling and perhaps interconnected clues. Was it the environment? Did the atmospheric oxygen, after billions of years of slow accumulation, finally cross a critical threshold? A threshold high enough to fuel the high-energy, demanding, and metabolically expensive lifestyle of an active, moving, hunting animal. A body with muscles, nerves, and a gut requires far more oxygen than a passive, absorptive mat. Perhaps the planet, for the first time, could finally afford this new, energetic, and predatory world. Was it a geological change? Perhaps a shift in ocean chemistry? A flood of new, mineral-rich nutrients from the continents provided the essential chemical building blocks, the calcium, the phosphates, needed to construct the new revolutionary inventions of shells, skeletons, and teeth. Or was it a biological trigger? Was it simply the evolution of that first, true, complex predator? An animal that learned to hunt, to move, to kill. The appearance of this first hunter would, in an instant, change the rules of the game for everyone. It would trigger a runaway evolutionary arms race. Passivity was no longer an option. You had to develop armor to protect yourself. You had to develop legs to run away. You had to develop eyes to see the danger coming. Predation, that single violent invention, may have been the spark that lit the entire explosive Cambrian fire. We may never know the single cause. It was likely a perfect storm of all three, a world newly rich in oxygen, new minerals, and new, terrifying predators. But the result of this explosion, this creative frenzy, is undeniable. It filled the seas with forms so wonderful, so bizarre, and so experimental that many of them seem to defy all biological logic. This was a time when evolution was, seemingly, drunk on its own, new power, throwing everything at the wall. It produced creatures that seemed pulled, not from a textbook, but from a half-remembered dream, or a quiet, creeping nightmare. This evolutionary explosion, this Cambrian creative frenzy, filled the seas with forms that seemed to challenge the very definition of animal. To glimpse these first strange drafts, we must travel to a unique, perfect window in time. The Burgess Shale, a fossil bed high in the Canadian Rockies that preserves not just the hard shells and bones, but the faint, carbon film ghosts of the soft, strange bodies that lived and died 500 million years ago. And here, among the familiar armored trilobites, we find our first true enigma, a creature so bizarre, so seemingly impossible, that its initial presentation to the scientific community was famously met with laughter. This is Opabinia regalis. Let us try with a calm mind to build this creature, this ghost from the Cambrian dawn. It is small, perhaps only 4 to 7 centimeters long, the size of a large shrimp. It glides, we think, just above the muddy seafloor, propelled by a series of soft, undulating lobes or flaps that run down the sides of its segmented body. At its tail, it has a fan-like structure, perhaps a rudder composed of 3 paired, upward-pointing fins. But this is where all familiarity ends. We move to the head, and here we are confronted with a design that evolution, as far as we know, has never, ever tried again. Perched on the front of its head are not 2, but 5 eyes. 5 distinct, stalked, mushroom-like orbs rising from its head, granting it presumably an almost complete 360-degree panoramic view of its murky, dangerous world. This alone would be enough to place it in the gallery of the bizarre. But Opabinia had something even stranger. Extending from the very front of its head, beneath its 5 eyes, was a long, flexible, hose-like proboscis, almost like the arm of a tiny alien-designed crane. This nozzle, which was perhaps a third of the creature's entire body length, was segmented, muscular, and terrifyingly, it ended not in a mouth, but in a claw. A distinct, grasping, pincer-like claw, armed with sharp, inward-pointing spines. This was its feeding tool. Its mouth was located underneath its head, facing backward, completely separate from this bizarre frontal appendage. Imagine its life now. It floats silently in the Cambrian gloom, its 5 stalked eyes scanning the mud below. It is a world of silent, primitive dread. It spots its prey, perhaps a small, soft-bodied worm hiding in the silt. The long, impossible hose-like arm snakes down, independent of the body. The claw at its tip opens, seizes the victim, impales it on its spines, and then, in a strange, robotic, backward-bending motion, it lifts the meal up and shoves it into the backward-facing mouth beneath its own eyes. This is not just a strange creature. This is a creature built from a different alien rulebook. It is a biological machine so unique, so utterly other, that for decades, paleontologists had no idea where to place it in the tree of life. Was it a strange arthropod, a relative of the worms, or was it something else entirely? A missing phylum, a failed experiment, a branch of life that died out completely, leaving no descendants at all. This is the deep, profound mystery of Opabinia. It represents a body plan, a solution to the problem of being an animal that is utterly, completely, and permanently gone from our world. It is a testament to a time when evolution was not just refining old ideas, but throwing wild, new, and almost nonsensical concepts at the wall of existence. It is a true Cambrian phantom, a 5-eyed, hose-faced, beautiful, and utterly baffling puzzle. A creature that seems almost to have been designed by a dream. Its very strangeness, its refusal to fit, is its message. It proves that the history of life is not a straight line, but a chaotic, sprawling, and often illogical explosion of possibility. It is a reminder that the forms we see today are not the only or even the most fantastic solutions that life has ever produced. And it was not alone. In those same dark, ancient waters, another creature existed. A creature so baffling, it made even the 5-eyed Opabinia seem almost straightforward. This creature is perhaps the ultimate emblem of that Cambrian confusion. It is a fossil so bizarre, so seemingly nonsensical, that its very name, hallucigenia, given by the paleontologist who first tried to make sense of it, means the stuff of dreams, a hallucination. It is a name born of pure scientific bewilderment. When it was first discovered, its tiny centimeter-long body preserved only as a faint film in the rock, it presented a riddle that seemed impossible to solve. The initial reconstructions, the first attempts to bring this ghost to life, were a beautiful, almost comical failure of the human imagination. Scientists, looking at the fossil, saw a long, tubular body. From its underside, it seemed to walk on 7 pairs of rigid, sharp, needle-like spikes, like tiny, perilous stilts. How could a creature walk on stilts? And arching along its back, they saw a row of delicate, waving tentacles, which they assumed were feeding arms, perhaps filtering the water. It was a creature that made no biological sense, a creature that walked on spikes and ate with its back. For a long time, it was presented this way, as a true biological paradox, a joke played by evolution. But the mystery of hallucigenia is also a profound lesson in perspective, because as later discoveries of more complete fossils from China showed, and as scientists looked again with fresh eyes, they realized the profound, simple and humbling truth. They had reconstructed it completely upside down and backward. Those rigid, sharp, needle-like spikes were not legs. They were its defense. They were a formidable, terrifying paired array of spines pointing upwards from its back, a clear "do not eat" sign for the predators that roamed this dangerous world. And those delicate, waving tentacles on its back, those were its legs. They were pairs of soft, flexible, claw-tipped, stump-like legs, called lobopods, that extended downwards. They allowed the creature to walk, slowly and perhaps carefully, across the soft mud of the Cambrian sea floor. Even its head was a mystery. For decades, a dark, bulbous stain at one end of the fossil was assumed to be the head, though it showed no features, no eyes, no mouth. But closer examination of the new fossils revealed that the other end, the one previously thought to be the tail, possessed a simple, elongated head with a pair of simple eyes and a mouth. The dark stain was likely just a stain, a bit of decay, or perhaps the contents of its own gut, squeezed out as it was fossilized. And so the true hallucigenia emerges from the mist. A tiny, spiky, multi-legged worm-like creature, a distant relative of modern velvet worms, ambling slowly across the seabed, its back a fortress of sharp spines. It is no longer a physical impossibility, but it is still profoundly strange. Its story is a quiet, powerful warning. It is a reminder that the fossil record does not give up its secrets easily. It shows us that our own human pattern-seeking minds, our own assumptions of up and down, front and back, can be the very things that blind us to the truth. Hallucigenia is the ultimate testament to the Cambrians' alien creativity, a creature so bizarre it forced us to admit that we were looking at its world completely upside down. This tiny, spiky walker, with its soft legs and hard armor, was a creature of the seabed. It lived in a world of quiet, defensive strangeness, but its world was not a peaceful one. It needed those spines for a very good reason, because gliding in the water just above it, a shadow of immense proportions was the true, undisputed, and equally baffling ruler of the Cambrian seas. This creature Anomalocaris was the reason for the spines of hallucigenia. It was the terror that stalked the Cambrian seas, the shadow that these smaller, armored creatures were so desperately trying to defend against. And for us, it is another profound evolutionary puzzle, a creature that, for decades, we knew only in disjointed, baffling pieces. Its name, Anomalocaris, means abnormal shrimp, and that is exactly what its first discovered part, a long, spiny, segmented appendage, was thought to be: the body of a strange, headless shrimp. Elsewhere, paleontologists found other, equally confusing fossils in the same rocks. They found large, circular, almost flower-like plated fossils with a central toothed opening, which they identified as a type of fossilized jellyfish called Paleontology. And scattered amongst them, they found large, soft-lobed bodies, which they assumed were a type of sea cucumber or sponge. It was not until the 1980s, in a brilliant piece of paleontological detective work, that scientists, finding these three different creatures stuck together, realized the stunning truth. This was not a shrimp, a jellyfish, and a sea cucumber. This was one animal, and it was the undisputed apex predator of its world. Let us build this giant, the Cambrian's first true king. Anomalocaris was a behemoth for its time, perhaps reaching a meter or over 3 feet in length. In a world where most life was the size of a thumb, this was a leviathan. It did not scuttle on the bottom. It swam. Its body was sleek, flanked by a series of undulating fin-like lobes, propelling it, perhaps with a strange, graceful, rippling motion through the water. At the front of its body, it possessed 2 large, stalked, compound eyes, perhaps the most sophisticated high-resolution eyes on the planet at that time, granting it the sharp, predatory vision it needed to hunt. Just beneath these eyes, extending forward, were those 2 appendages, the abnormal shrimp. These were not legs, they were its arms. 2 long, powerful, spiny, grasping arms, perfectly designed to snatch, to seize, and to hold its prey. And its mouth, that jellyfish fossil, was a circular, plated, ring-like maw, located on the underside of its head, lined with sharp, inward-pointing teeth. It was a strange, grinding, grasping, circular mouth, unlike the hinged jaws of later predators. Imagine it now. Anomalocaris, the 3-foot giant, gliding silently through the dark Cambrian water, its huge, stalked eyes scanning the mud below. It spots a trilobite, its hard-shelled, armored body scuttling over the rock. The Anomalocaris descends. Its 2 great, spiny arms rocket forward, seizing the prey, grappling with the hard shell. It lifts the struggling trilobite to its circular, grinding mouth on its underside. This was the terror of the Cambrian. This was the engine of the arms race, the predator that forced the evolution of spines, of shells, of armor. Its very existence, its strange composite body, its alien anatomy, is a profound mystery. It represents another incredibly successful but ultimately failed evolutionary experiment. The lineage of Anomalocaris, this unique cobbled-together design, did not survive, leaving no direct descendants. This was the peak of the new animal world, a world of complex, active, and terrifying life. But this entire chaotic, creative, and violent explosion, this entire Cambrian explosion with its 5-eyed ghosts and giant abnormal shrimp, was confined entirely, completely to the sea. While the oceans, for the first time, were teeming with this rich, monstrous, and complex drama of predator and prey, the other half of the planet, the land, was a profound, silent, and almost sterile alien desert. It was a world of rock and dust and wind, a world that had not yet known the touch of a root, the shade of a leaf, or the track of a footprint. Life, it seemed, was trapped in the water until perhaps the very first and strangest of all pioneers began to rise, not as an animal, but as something else entirely. This something else, this first strange pioneer, presents one of the most profound and unsettling mysteries of the Paleozoic. We journey forward slightly from the Cambrian into the Silurian and Devonian periods, roughly 400 million years ago. The oceans are now teeming with the Eurypterids, the giant orthocones, and the first strange armored fish. But the land, the great silent continents, is still, for the most in part, an empty, alien world. It is no longer sterile. The very first tentative green life has arrived. tiny, simple, leafless, stick-like plants like Cooksonia, perhaps no taller than your thumb, are forming a low green moss-like fuzz in the damp, swampy margins where the water meets the rock. This is the extent of the terrestrial world, a planet of rock and a faint green, ankle-deep carpet. And yet, rising from this low green fuzz, standing tall against the empty, pale, ancient sky, were giants. Paleontologists digging in these ancient terrestrial rock layers found the fossils of what they, for over a century, assumed were the first trees. They found immense trunk-like columnar structures, some small but some reaching heights of over 8 meters, 25 feet, and a meter thick. They were the tallest things on the planet, the undisputed, colossal rulers of this new terrestrial landscape. They were prototaxites. But when scientists in the modern era cut these fossilized trunks into thin sections and placed them under a microscope, they found a profound structural shock. This was not a tree. It contained no wood, no vascular tubes for carrying water, no growth rings, no cellular structure of a plant. The entire 8-meter-tall, solid trunk was composed from top to bottom of a single, dense, felted, interwoven and chaotic mat of microscopic thread-like filaments. Filaments that looked, for all the world, like the hyphae of a fungus. This is the central, bizarre and almost Lovecraftian mystery. Was the first giant forest on Earth a forest of mushrooms? Imagine this landscape, a world of rock and low, green, mossy carpets dominated by these immense grey or perhaps brown, leafless, branchless, pillar-like columns towering over everything, silent, unmoving, their true nature a profound enigma. What were they? The debate has raged for decades. Were they colossal, rolled-up mats of liverworts or algae? A strange, symbiotic, lichen-like entity? Or were they, as the microscopic evidence so strongly and so strangely suggests, simply the fruiting bodies, the mushrooms, of a fungal network of unimaginable scale living in the soil beneath? If they were fungi, how did they live? They were likely saprophytes, the great decomposers. They were the planet's first giant recyclers, slowly, patiently, chemically, breaking down the new, accumulating organic matter of the first primitive land plants, returning their nutrients to the soil. They were the silent, towering digestive system of this new terrestrial world. And how did they stand? How did an 8-meter-tall structure made of soft, fungal filaments support its own immense weight against gravity without the rigid, woody lignin of a true tree? Perhaps the filaments were so densely, so tightly interwoven or so pressurized by internal fluids that they formed a structure of immense, fibrous, resilient strength. This was a world that lasted for millions of years, a world where the largest thing on land was not an animal and not a plant, but a mysterious fungal tower. This age of fungi was a brief, bizarre, and profoundly alien chapter, a false start to the terrestrial world, before the true, vascular, woody plants finally evolved, rose up, and, in the subsequent Carboniferous period, built the great coal forests, outcompeting these strange silent pillars and pushing them into extinction. Prototaxites is a profound, unsettling reminder that the evolutionary paths of our planet are not always simple, not always familiar. It is a true, deep, prehistoric mystery, a silent 25-foot enigma that stood for an age over a world we can barely comprehend. It was a world of bizarre beginnings, a time of life's first, strange experiments on land, a world that would eventually, after the great coal forests, give rise to the immense, sprawling and complex ecosystems of the Permian, a world that was itself about to be almost completely and mysteriously erased. This was the end of that first great Paleozoic act. The Permian period, the age of Pangaea, the age of the sail-backed synapsids, and the strange amphibian-filled swamps came to a close around 152 million years ago. And it did not just end, it was annihilated. This was the Great Dying, the Permian-Triassic extinction, the single largest and most profound biological catastrophe in the last 500 million years of Earth's history. We have explored this event before as a geological fact. We know the primary suspect, the Siberian traps, a million-year-long volcanic eruption that poisoned the air, acidified the oceans, and triggered a runaway greenhouse effect. We know the what. But the true, deep, and enduring mystery of the Great Dying is not what happened. It is why. Why was this event, unlike all others before or since, so utterly, so completely, and so indiscriminately effective? This was not a selective pruning. This was a clear cutting of the entire forest of life. The numbers are a chilling, almost sterile testament to a planet-wide cataclysm. In the oceans, perhaps as many as 96 out of every 100 species vanished, 96%. It is the closest life has ever come to a total marine reset. On land, perhaps 70% of all vertebrate species disappeared. The great synapsid dynasties, the saber-toothed gorgonopsians, the vast herds of dicynodonts, all gone, reduced to a few cowering, fortunate survivors. This is the mystery. Why this time? The Earth had seen ice ages before. It had seen volcanic eruptions. It had seen climate change. But something about this event, this perfect storm of poison, heat, and anoxia, was different. It was a cascade failure of the entire planetary system. Was it just the sheer volume of the eruptions? Was it the speed of the carbon release, so fast that the ocean's buffering chemistry simply and fatally collapsed? Or was there another, even darker element? Some scientists have whispered of a different kind of killer, a microscopic one. A theory suggests that in the superheated, nutrient-choked anoxic oceans, a kingdom of microbes, a single-celled archaeon, Methanosarcina, underwent a sudden, terrible, evolutionary innovation. Through a gene transfer, it learned, perhaps, to consume the vast, dead, organic matter on the seafloor, and to exhale methane. Imagine this. A microbial burp of almost unimaginable scale, a biological runaway reaction releasing colossal planet-killing clouds of methane, a greenhouse gas far more potent than carbon dioxide, from the ocean itself. In this vision, the volcanoes were just the trigger, the thing that warmed the world just enough. The real killer, the true, silent, and invisible executioner, was a microbe. We do not know. The event is a black box, a moment of profound global silence in the rock record. It is a boundary line of almost total death. Its true mystery is the sheer terrifying fragility it revealed. It proved that the complex, magnificent, and seemingly stable web of life built up over hundreds of millions of years could be, in a geological instant, almost completely and utterly unraveled. It was a planetary reset, a moment that wiped the slate clean. It erased not just the dominant life of the Permian, but the memory of all the strange, magnificent dynasties that had ruled for hundreds of millions of years before it. It was the final, brutal, and silent end to the entire Paleozoic era. An era whose oceans had once been ruled by creatures as alien, as majestic, and as utterly strange as any dinosaur. Creatures like the great, silent, straight-shelled leviathans of the Ordovician. Indeed, that Paleozoic era, which vanished in the Great Permian Fire, was a time of alien dynasties. To understand the mysteries of that lost world, we must journey back, even before the rise of the first strange armored fish, to the Ordovician and Silurian periods, over 400 million years ago. The oceans were warm, shallow, and ruled not by bone, but by shell and chitin. And gliding silently, patiently through this ancient teeming world was the planet's first true colossal apex predator. It was not a fish, it was not a shark, it was a cephalopod, a relative of the modern squid and nautilus, but built on a plan that seems both simple and profoundly, terrifyingly alien. This was the giant orthocone. We must clarify that orthocone is a general term meaning straight cone, referring to a whole order of ancient nautiloids that abandoned the coiled shell of their ancestors. But among them were giants, creatures like Camaracaras or Endocaras, whose scale is almost impossible to reconcile with the creature that bore it. We know them primarily from their fossilized shells. Imagine a single, long, gently tapering hollow cone like a colossal, stony wizard's hat, stretching for 6, 9, perhaps even 10 meters, over 30 feet in length. This was the shell. This was the home and the vehicle of the creature. Inside this vast conical shell was not empty. It was divided meticulously into a series of chambers, or camerae, by walls of shell called septa. The living animal, a creature we must imagine as a large, soft-bodied, squid-like being with a head, a pair of large, sophisticated camera-like eyes, a sharp, parrot-like beak for a mouth, and a ring of grasping tentacles, lived only in the very last, largest, open chamber at the front. The rest of that 9-meter cone, all those dozens of chambers stretching out behind it, was its secret. It was a personal, wearable, and perfectly engineered submarine. A thin, living tube of flesh, the siphuncle, passed through a small hole in the center of each chamber wall, connecting the animal's body to every single empty room in its long, conical house. And this is the mystery of its life. This creature, this soft-bodied squid, was a master of physics. It could, by absorbing or secreting gas through the siphuncle, change the fluid levels in these hundreds of tiny, sealed internal chambers. It could, with infinite, patient precision, adjust its own exact buoyancy in the water. Imagine its movement. It did not need to swim tirelessly to stay aloft. It could simply be. It could achieve perfect neutral buoyancy and hang, utterly motionless at any depth it chose, its 30-foot stony-shelled body suspended, like a living torpedo, in the silent, Ordovician water. How did it hunt? It was not a creature of speed. Its propulsion came from a muscular funnel, the hypnome near its head, which would forcefully expel water, shooting the creature backwards, its giant, pointed shell leading the way like a spear, or more likely, allowing it to maneuver with slow, deliberate, jet-powered grace. This was an ambush predator of profound, unhurried patience. It would hang, vertically perhaps, a silent 30-foot-long shadow in the murky water, its great intelligent eyes scanning the world below. It waited. Its prey, perhaps a large armored trilobite scuttling on the sea floor, or one of those new, clumsy, jawless armored fish, would pass beneath. And then, with a silent, controlled jet of water, the Leviathan would descend, its ring of grasping tentacles unfurling, its sharp, hard beak opening, the end of a silent, effortless, and inescapable attack. This was the king of the Ordovician seas, a creature that combined a soft, intelligent, molluscan body with a colossal external skeleton that was also a high-tech buoyancy device. It was an evolutionary solution that is, today, completely gone from our world. But its dominance, this long, slow, silent reign of the cephalopod, did not go entirely unchallenged. This was a complex Paleozoic world, and in these same shallow, teeming seas, another lineage, an entirely different kind of creature, was also beginning its own parallel evolutionary journey. It too was an invertebrate. It too was armored, but it was not a mollusk. It was an arthropod, and it was, in its own way, about to produce a giant of even more terrifying and active predatory power. This new armored dynasty, this arthropod challenger, was the Eurypterids, the sea scorpions. And while the giant orthocones ruled with passive, buoyant patience, the Eurypterids were a different kind of predator entirely. They were active, they were agile, and they were, in their own way, terrifyingly intelligent. For millions of years, they coexisted with their cephalopod rivals, a world of two distinct invertebrate empires. But the Eurypterids were restless, evolutionarily creative. They developed broad, powerful, paddle-like limbs for active, oar-propelled swimming. They had stalked, compound eyes, scanning their world with mosaic vision, and they had formidable, grasping claws, their calypterae ready to snatch and tear. And they too experimented with gigantism, but they pushed the boundaries of the arthropod blueprint, the exoskeleton, to a limit that has never, ever been equaled. To meet their king, we must journey forward to the early Devonian, around 400 million years ago. We leave the open, saltwater seas, and we travel, surprisingly, inland, to the vast, murky, freshwater river systems and deltas of the ancient continents. And it is here, in what is now a German quarry, that the single, most terrifying and most humbling arthropod fossil ever found was unearthed. It was not a whole creature, it was just a claw, a single fossilized pincer, a chela, and it was 46 centimeters long, over 18 inches. The claw alone was the size of a man's forearm. From this single, colossal fragment, scientists, by scaling up the proportions of its smaller known relatives, pieced together the true, staggering, and almost unbelievable size of the creature that wielded it. The animal was Jaekelopterus rhenaniae, and it was 2.5 meters, over 8 feet, long. This is the great, central, and chilling mystery of this group. This was an arthropod, a bug, a distant, ancient relative of a modern spider or a horseshoe crab that had evolved to be the size of a large crocodile or a small car. It is, by a vast margin, the largest arthropod known to have ever existed. Imagine this creature, not in the sea, but in the dark, muddy freshwater of a vast Devonian river. It lies in ambush, its mottled, armored, 8-foot-long body perfectly camouflaged, buried in the silt. Only its stalked eyes, high on its carapace, swivel, watching the water. It is the apex predator of this entire continent-spanning river system. Its prey was everything. The primitive, armored, jawless fish, the early, spiny sharks, other smaller Eurypterids, and perhaps most chillingly for us, it was the living terror that haunted the very first of our own, distant, four-legged ancestors. The first, primitive, tetrapod-like fish, the creatures just beginning to experiment with fins that could walk, taking their first, terrified, awkward steps onto the land. They were doing so, perhaps, to escape this, a 2.5-meter-long, armor-plated, swimming scorpion cousin. Jaekelopterus is a profound evolutionary statement. It is a testament to a time, a brief alien window in the Paleozoic, when the vertebrate body plan had not yet established its dominance. It is a mystery that forces us to confront the fact that our own familiar vertebrate-ruled world was not a given. For a time, the crown of apex predator was worn not by a creature of bone and sinew, but by a creature of chitin and claw. The reign of these arthropod kings, these giant swimming sea scorpions, was a true, dominant, and terrifying dynasty. But it was a dynasty that was, itself, about to be challenged. This river, this Devonian world, was a time of change. A new and even more brutal evolutionary weapon was being forged, not on an external limb, but inside the mouth of a new kind of vertebrate. The age of the claw was about to meet the age of the jaw. The age of the claw was indeed ending. The Devonian period, the very same age that hosted the giant Eurypterids in its rivers, was witnessing a new, terrifying, and ultimately dominant evolutionary experiment in the open seas. The vertebrates, the fish, were fighting back, and they were fighting back with armor and with a weapon that would redefine predation: the jaw. This was the age of the placoderms, the plate-skinned fish. And at the very pinnacle of this new dynasty, a creature rose that was, in its own way, as monstrous and as alien as any Eurypterid. This was Dunkleosteus. Let us picture this new king of the seas, perhaps 370 million years ago. It was a giant, a true leviathan, reaching lengths of 6, perhaps even 9 meters, or 30 feet. It was a creature of immense power. But its most striking feature was its defense. The front third of its body, its entire head and shoulders, was encased in a thick, solid, interlocking suit of bony armor, a medieval-like plating that made it almost impregnable. But its armor was not its true mystery. Its mystery was its mouth. Dunkleosteus had no teeth, not a single familiar enamel-covered tooth. Instead, evolution had crafted a weapon that was, perhaps, even more terrifying. The very bones of its jaw, the plates of its own skull, were honed into vast, exposed, razor-sharp blades. The upper and lower jaws did not just close, they sheared, one bony blade sliding inside the other, like the blades of a colossal, self-sharpening pair of guillotine shears. This was the new weapon that had entered the ocean. It was a mouth built not to grasp, like the claw of a Jacalopterus, but to shatter. Biomechanical studies of its massive, muscled skull suggest its bite force was one of the most powerful of all time, an almost instantaneous, bone-crushing snap. It was a brute force solution. Imagine this 30-foot armored torpedo, its bony jaws gaping, attacking the other armored fish of its time, or perhaps even the giant Eurypterids themselves. Its bite was not a negotiation. It was a final, shattering, cleaving blow. Dunkleosteus was the new apex predator, the vertebrate that claimed the throne. The mystery of Dunkleosteus is this strange evolutionary choice: to abandon teeth and to weaponize the skull itself. It was a highly successful, brutal, and efficient design, a true armored guillotine. It ruled the seas for millions of years before its own lineage, the placoderms, eventually vanished. Dunkleosteus proved that the new vertebrate jaws could evolve into terrifying, bony shears. But this was not the only strange experiment evolution was conducting in the mouths of its new, rising predators. The vertebrate jaw was a new, plastic, evolutionary toy. And in the eons that followed, in the lineage of the sharks, it would produce an oral structure so baffling, so seemingly impossible, that it would remain a profound, unsolved riddle for over a century. Indeed, the vertebrate jaw, once it had evolved, became a canvas for some of evolution's most radical and sometimes baffling experiments. We leave the armored guillotine of Dunkleosteus in the Devonian and journey forward past the Carboniferous into the Permian period, roughly 190 million years ago. We are in the vast ancient oceans surrounding the supercontinent of Pangaea. And here, swimming in these seas, was a creature whose entire identity is defined by a single, beautiful and profoundly mysterious fossil: Helicoprion, the spiral saw. For over a century, this creature was known only from its teeth, but these were not teeth found scattered or resting in a jawline. They were found as a single, perfect and utterly bizarre object, a tooth whirl. Imagine a spiral galaxy or a tightly coiled buzzsaw blade forged from stone. It is a continuous, flattened spiral of sharp, serrated, triangular teeth fused at their roots, with the smallest, oldest teeth at the center and the largest, newest, functional teeth at the outer edge. This object in itself is a fossil of strange, geometric beauty. But it presented paleontologists with an almost impossible riddle. What kind of creature did this belong to? And where, on its body, did this strange spiral saw go? For decades, the reconstructions were a gallery of wild, creative fantasy. Because the creature, a shark relative, had a cartilaginous skeleton that rarely fossilized, all they had was the whirl. Perhaps, some suggested, it was a defensive weapon, a coiled, serrated horn on its snout. Or maybe it was a strange, spinning, defensive fin on its back. Or perhaps, most bizarrely, it curled from its tail, a serrated whip. Early jaw reconstructions were equally strange, often depicting the saw as a weapon, curling down and out of the lower jaw, like a giant exposed circular saw, a design that seemed, from a hydrodynamic and practical standpoint, to be an evolutionary nightmare. The mystery of Helicoprian's face, of its function, remained one of the great unsolved puzzles of paleontology, a true deep-time enigma. The answer, when it finally came, arrived only in our modern age with the advent of high-resolution CT scanning, allowing scientists to peer non-destructively inside a rare fossil where the whirl was still encased, in its natural position, within the faint mineralized remnants of the creature's jaw cartilage. The truth was almost as strange as the fantasy. The tooth whirl belonged entirely inside the mouth. It was seated deep within the lower jaw. Helicoprian was a large, shark-like fish, perhaps reaching 10 meters in length, a formidable predator. And its lower jaw was a biological buzzsaw. As new, larger teeth grew at the back of its jaw, they did not push the old teeth out, as in modern sharks. Instead, they pushed the entire row forward. And because of the curved, confined space of the jaw, this row was forced to curl under and back upon itself into that perfect, tight spiral, storing all of its old, ancestral teeth in a permanent internal whirl. The top edge of this spiral formed the cutting blade. Imagine it hunting. It was likely a specialist, perhaps feeding on the soft-bodied ammonites and squid of the Permian seas. It would catch its prey, and then, by closing its mouth, it would drag the soft body across this internal, rotating, serrated blade, slicing it cleanly like a modern deli slicer. It was a unique, terrifying, and highly efficient feeding machine. Helicoprian is a profound mystery solved, a testament to the fact that evolution, when presented with a new tool like the jaw, will experiment with solutions that border on the surreal. The spiral saw was one such solution, a successful one that lasted for millions of years. But it was not the only bizarre experiment that the early shark lineage would conduct. In these same ancient Paleozoic seas, other shark-like creatures were evolving, adorned with structures that seem, if possible, even more fantastical. The vertebrate jaw in the early sharks was a canvas for surreal experiments like the spiral saw. But the strangeness of this ancient cartilaginous lineage was not confined to the mouth. In those same Paleozoic seas, perhaps a bit earlier in the late Devonian and early Carboniferous, another distant relative of the shark was swimming, a creature that abandoned the pursuit of terrifying jaws and instead invested its evolutionary energy into creating one of the most baffling and seemingly nonsensical structures ever mounted on a predator's back. This was Stethocanthus. It was not a giant. It was a relatively small shark, perhaps only 1 meter or 3 feet long, a size that would inspire little fear today. It likely cruised the shallow coastal waters, its streamlined body and traditional crescent-shaped tail suggesting a capable, active swimmer. Its jaws were filled with small, sharp teeth, perfectly suited for hunting the small fish, crustaceans, and cephalopods of its time. In almost every respect, it was a normal, unremarkable, second-tier predator. Until you looked at its back. In the male of the species, the primary dorsal fin, the one that, in a modern shark, cuts the water as a terrifying triangular blade, was not a fin at all. It was an object. It was a bizarre, flat-topped, and utterly rigid platform, its shape most often compared to a modern, flat clothing iron or a blacksmith's anvil. It did not cut the water, it dragged through it, and the surface of this strange, flat-topped anvil fin was not smooth. It was covered in a dense, rough patch of large, sharp, tooth-like scales, or dermal denticles, the same material that makes a shark's skin feel like sandpaper, but here enlarged into a formidable, spiky, grappling hook-like surface. As if this were not strange enough, the top of the creature's head was also covered in an identical, rough patch of these same large, forward-pointing denticles. This is the profound and deeply comical mystery of Stethecanthus. What, in the name of evolution, was this for? It is an apparatus so strange, so seemingly counterproductive, creating immense drag, making the shark slower and less efficient, that it demands an extraordinary explanation. Was it a weapon? It seems poorly designed for that. A defensive structure. This is more plausible. Perhaps a larger predator of the time, like the bone-crushing Dunkleosteus that shared its Devonian world, would be deterred from swallowing it, its spiky head and sharp anvil fins snagging painfully in the predator's throat. But the most compelling and perhaps strangest hypothesis lies in the fact that this structure was sexually dimorphic. Only the males had it. This strongly suggests it was for display or mating. Imagine the male in a courtship ritual showing off his magnificent, bizarre, and perhaps brightly coloured head and fin combination, a sign of his genetic fitness, like the magnificent and equally cumbersome tail of a modern peacock, or perhaps it served an even more intimate physical purpose. Some scientists have speculated that the male Stethecanthus, in the difficult, turbulent, aquatic act of mating, would use his spiky head to brace himself against the female's body, perhaps even slotting his anvil fin into a corresponding patch on her back, two patches of biological Velcro locking them together. Whatever its true purpose, a display, a weapon, a mating grip, it was a bold, strange, and costly evolutionary statement. Stethecanthus is a perfect Paleozoic enigma, a testament to a time when the shark lineage was still experimenting wildly with forms that seem to us today to be almost impossibly strange. These early Paleozoic fish, Helicoprion and Stethecanthus, were glimpses into the sheer, almost playful creativity of the vertebrate form. But their strangeness would be rivaled, if not surpassed, by the creatures that would arise in the next great era. As the Paleozoic ended in the Great Dying, the new Mesozoic world, the Age of Reptiles, would see creatures return to the water, evolving forms and particularly necks that would make even an anvil-headed shark seem almost conventional. Indeed, the Mesozoic era, the great age of reptiles that dawned after the Permian extinction, was defined by evolutionary experimentation, particularly as life once again returned to the sea. And here, in the shallow coastal waters of the ancient Tethys Ocean during the Triassic period, evolution produced a creature with a bodily solution so extreme, so seemingly bizarre and impractical that its fossils baffled scientists for decades. This was Tanystropheus, the long vertebra. This was not a dinosaur. It was a different kind of reptile, perhaps a distant relative of the archosaurs. And it was defined almost comically by a single profound anatomical exaggeration. It was a creature of neck. Imagine a reptile in total, perhaps 6 meters or 20 feet long. Now imagine that 3 full meters or 10 feet of that length, half of its entire body, was nothing but a long, stiff and slender neck. Its body, in contrast, was relatively small, its legs sturdy, its tail long, but its defining feature was this impossible, almost absurdly elongated cervical column. When the first fossils of those long, hollow, pole-like neck bones were found, paleontologists had no idea what they were looking at. They were classified, at first, as the wing bones of a strange, new pterosaur, a flying reptile. It seemed a more logical, more plausible explanation than the truth. It was only when a complete articulated skeleton was found, showing that small, reptilian body attached to that immense, rigid-looking neck, that the true, bizarre nature of Tanistropheus was revealed. This is the central mystery. How did such a creature live? And why would evolution produce a design that seems so profoundly and dangerously impractical? A 3-meter-long neck attached to a 2-meter body seems like an open invitation to every predator in the Tethys. The secret, it seems, lies in the creature's lifestyle. Tanistropheus was almost certainly not an open-water swimmer, nor was it a fast-moving land animal. It was a specialist. It was a living, breathing, reptilian fishing rod. Imagine it, not in the deep ocean, but in the shallows. Perhaps it spent its time standing on the rocky seafloor in a few meters of water, its sturdy legs bracing its body. Or perhaps more likely, it was semi-aquatic, resting on the shoreline, on the rocks of a coastal lagoon, its body hidden, camouflaged against the land. And from this stable, hidden position, it would deploy its incredible tool. That 10-foot-long, stiff and lightweight neck was not a supple, snake-like thing. It was composed of only 13 incredibly elongated vertebrae, suggesting it was relatively rigid, like a long, jointed pole. It would extend this pole, slowly, silently, out over the water, its small, pointed head armed with sharp, interlocking, needle-like teeth, disturbing the surface barely at all. It was the ultimate ambush predator of the shallows. The fish, the squid, the small crustaceans swimming in the coastal water would be completely unaware of the large reptilian body hidden 10 feet away on the shore. They would see only a tiny, harmless-looking head floating in the water. And then, with a sudden swift dart, not of the whole neck, but of just the head and the final, flexible vertebrae, the trap would spring. The needle teeth would interlock, and the prey would be lifted, drawn back, all the way along that impossible 10-foot bridge to the waiting mouth. This was its genius. It was a creature that hunted in the water while living on the land. It bridged 2 worlds, not with its body, but with its neck. Its strangeness is a profound lesson in specialization, but it is also a lesson in the vulnerability that comes with it. This bizarre, successful, and ultimately doomed experiment, this reptilian fishing rod, was just one of many ways that terrestrial, 4-legged vertebrates would try to reclaim the ocean. The reptiles, in the Mesozoic, would produce the dolphin-like ichthyosaurs and the flippered, long-necked plesiosaurs. And when the dinosaurs' reign ended, when the great marine reptiles vanished in the same fiery cataclysm, the ocean, once again, became an empty, open throne, and a new lineage, a different kind of land dweller, a warm-blooded, air-breathing mammal, would hear that same ancient, evolutionary call. It, too, would return to the sea, and in doing so, it would evolve into a giant of its own. A giant that, for a time, carried the strangest, most poignant, and most undeniable, ghostly memory of the land it had left behind. This new dynasty, the mammals, answered that call with astonishing evolutionary speed. We journey forward, past the death of the dinosaurs into the Eocene epoch, around 40 million years ago. The world is a hothouse, a rainforest planet. The oceans are warm, vast, and, most importantly, empty of giant predators. The mosasaurs and plesiosaurs are gone. The throne of the apex predator is vacant. And into this warm, bountiful void, the descendants of small, 4-legged, hoofed, land-dwelling mammals, perhaps creatures like Pachycetus, plunged. In the space of just 10 million years, they evolved from shoreline waders into fully aquatic, air-breathing, warm-blooded hunters. And at the peak of this first, experimental, chaotic radiation of whales came Basilosaurus, the king lizard. Its name is a mistake, a fossil discovered in the 19th century and first assumed to be a colossal marine reptile. The truth, as we now know, is far stranger. It was a whale, but a whale unlike any that swims today. It was an animal that perfectly and eerily bridged the gap between the land it had left and the deep it had conquered. Let us picture this ghost, found, as we have explored, in the most impossible of places. The dry, desert sands of the Sahara in the Valley of the Whales. It was a giant, reaching lengths of 18 meters or 60 feet. But it was not built like a modern whale, a compact, powerful torpedo. Basilosaurus was impossibly, almost unnervingly, serpentine. Its body was long, slender, eel-like, its vertebrae elongated, suggesting it swam not with the powerful vertical thrust of a modern whale's tail, but with a strange, undulating, horizontal, or perhaps even sideways, sinuous motion. Its skull was the skull of a true predator, long and armed with a fearsome, un-whale-like set of differentiated teeth. Sharp, conical, grasping teeth at the front, and large, complex, serrated, triangular, shearing teeth at the back. This was not a filter feeder, nor a squid eater. This was a hunter of large prey, perhaps the smaller dolphin-like Dorudon that shared its warm, shallow sea. This serpentine, toothed, air-breathing monster was strange enough, but the true, profound, and undeniable mystery of Basilosaurus was found buried deep within its flank, a secret hidden by its immense, muscular body. It still had legs, not just internal, vestigial splints of bone like a modern whale. Basilosaurus possessed small but perfectly formed articulated external hind legs, complete with a femur, a tibia, a fibula, an ankle, and even tiny jointed functional toes. They were, of course, utterly useless for walking. The creature was 60 feet long and weighed many tons. These tiny, perhaps foot-long legs, dangling uselessly from its serpentine body, could not possibly support its weight. They were an echo, a ghost. This is the mystery. What were they for? Were they, as some scientists have suggested, simply claspers used by the male to grip the female during the difficult, awkward, aquatic act of mating? Or were they just there? The last, stubborn anatomical remnant of their terrestrial past, an evolutionary memory, not yet erased, of a time when their ancestors, creatures the size of wolves, had walked on 4 legs through the jungles of what is now Pakistan. Basilosaurus is a profound physical link to the past. It is a creature in transition, a perfect halfway monster, a land mammal's mind and metabolism poured into the body of a sea serpent, still dragging, literally, the last, useless, ghostly baggage of its terrestrial home. This strange serpentine king ruled the Eocene seas, the first mammal to claim the title of apex predator. Its dynasty, too, would eventually fade as the planet cooled and the oceans changed. The seas once again would have a throne to fill. And millions of years later, in the Pliocene, another different kind of whale, a new warm-blooded monster, would evolve to claim it, a creature that would face, in a true battle of giants, the only other predator that ever rivaled its power. That new warm-blooded monster, that other giant which rose to claim the throne of the Pliocene seas, was not a shark. It was, like Basilosaurus before it, a whale. But it was a whale of a completely different and far more terrifying lineage. It was an apex predator of profound intelligence, power, and most chillingly, size. This was Leviathan melvilli, the Leviathan of Melville. Its name is a declaration, a fusion of 2 of the greatest legends of the deep. The Leviathan, the colossal sea monster of biblical myth, and Herman Melville, the author who gave us the ultimate dark literary embodiment of that myth, Moby Dick. The name was given because this creature was, in essence, a real-world Moby Dick, but one built not for filter feeding or hunting squid, but for war. We journey to the Pliocene, perhaps 10 million years ago. We are in the same warm, teeming oceans that Megalodon ruled. And it is here, in rocks from the deserts of Peru, that its fossils were found. A colossal, 3-meter-long, incredibly robust skull. And in that skull, a set of teeth that are, in their own way, as terrifying as those of the great shark. This was a sperm whale, a relative of the modern Moby Dick. But it was not a deep-diving squid specialist. Its jaws, unlike the modern sperm whale which has functional teeth only in its slender lower jaw, were both armed with the largest functional conical teeth of any animal known, ever. Imagine teeth the size of a man's forearm, 36 centimeters or 14 inches, long, thick, massive, deeply rooted and interlocking top and bottom. This was not a mouth designed for grasping soft squid. This was a mouth designed like that of a colossal orca for killing other whales. Leviathan was a giant, perhaps 15 to 18 meters long, the same terrifying bus-sized length as an adult megalodon. It was a warm-blooded, air-breathing mammal, and it almost certainly possessed the sophisticated, powerful sonar, the echolocation of its modern relatives. It could see in the dark, murky water with sound. It was intelligent, and it likely hunted in social, cooperative, family pods. This is the profound, almost unbelievable mystery of the Pliocene Ocean. It was not a kingdom with one king, it was a kingdom with two. Imagine this world. Two different, unrelated, colossal apex predators, both reaching lengths of 60 feet, both weighing 50 tons or more, both at the absolute peak of their evolutionary power, were patrolling the same oceans at the same time and hunting the same prey, the abundant, medium-sized baleen whales. This was a true, cold, deep time war, a war between two different dynasties, two different biological philosophies. On one side, the megalodon, a creature of ancient cold reptilian lineage, a solitary, instinctive, perfect machine of cartilage and muscle, a being of perfect, predatory and perhaps mindless efficiency. On the other, Leviathan, a creature of new, warm-blooded mammalian design, a social, intelligent and communicating hunter, a thinking, cooperative pack of killers. We do not know if they fought. A 60-foot megalodon versus a 60-foot toothed sperm whale. A pod of Leviathan versus a single, giant shark. The mind staggers at the thought. It is the greatest, most epic, and most unknowable battle in the history of the sea, a true clash of the titans played out in the silent, warm Pliocene deep, with no witnesses. But this too adds another profound and poignant layer to the ultimate fate of the megalodon. Leviathan, this great toothed whale dynasty, also eventually vanished. It too could not survive the cooling of the planet, the disappearance of its prey. It was another magnificent failed experiment. But for the megalodon, in its final days, this creature would have been more than just a rival. It was a competitor, a direct, powerful and intelligent competitor for the same dwindling, precious food source. As the world cooled and the larder emptied, the great shark was not just starving alone, it was starving in a world now shared with another, equally massive and equally desperate, giant. This battle of the titans, this competition for the last, dying scraps of the Pliocene banquet, surely, tragically and inevitably, hastened the end for both. It adds another layer of profound, quiet tragedy to the final, fading, lonely days of the ocean's greatest and perhaps most besieged king. This, then, is the ultimate mystery of the ocean's greatest king. Not that it lived, but that it died. How does a dynasty that ruled for 20 million years, a creature of such perfect, overwhelming power, an apex predator at the very top of the food chain, simply vanish? We have, in our previous journey, explored the agonizing, slow-motion catastrophe that brought this king to its knees. The answer, it seems, is not a single, dramatic event, but a slow, grinding, and inescapable conspiracy of the planet itself. The megalodon was not murdered in a great battle. It was starved, frozen, and outcompeted by a world that had, quite simply, changed the rules. The mystery of its final days is a story of a perfect machine rendered obsolete. The first fatal blow, as we saw, was the cooling. The rise of the Isthmus of Panama, the closing of that tropical seaway, rerouted the ocean's currents. It triggered the great northern ice ages. The planet, which had been a stable, warm water paradise, became a cold, fluctuating, icehouse world. The megalodon, a creature of the warmth, was trapped, its vast global kingdom shrinking into a few isolated tropical pockets, a prison of cold, invisible walls. The second blow was the starvation. The whales, its primary, slow, blubber-rich prey, adapted to the new world. They migrated to the new, cold, and incredibly fertile polar feeding grounds, where the giant shark in its warm water prison could not follow. The larder was empty. The third blow was the competition. Into this new, struggling world, new, more efficient predators arose. The smaller, faster, and more adaptable great white shark, which could tolerate the cooler waters. And the intelligent, cooperative, and powerful Leviathan, its direct, colossal rival for the same dwindling prey. And the final, unrecoverable blow was the loss of its children. As the sea levels fell, locked away in the new glaciers, the shallow, warm, coastal nurseries, the safe havens where the megalodon had birthed its young for millions of years, simply dried up. They vanished, leaving the newborn pups to be born in the cold, deep, open ocean, exposed to the new predators and the starving, desperate, cannibalistic adults of their own kind. This was the perfect storm. A creature besieged from all sides, not by a single tangible enemy, but by the slow, indifferent, grinding gears of planetary change. It was trapped, it was starving, it was outcompeted, and it could no longer replace its own numbers. The great 50-ton machine, the most powerful predator in history, slowly, quietly, and agonizingly ran out of fuel. Its last, lonely, colossal heartbeats faded into the silence of a new, cold Pliocene sea around 3 million years ago. Its dynasty was over. The mystery of its end is a profound and quiet elegy. It is the story of an extinction driven not by a sudden, fiery bang, but by a slow, creeping, environmental whimper. It is a testament to the fact that no amount of power, no perfection of design, can, in the end, outrun a changing world. The megalodon's reign and its quiet, tragic fall is one of the great solved mysteries of our planet's past. But the dynasty that preceded it, the long 165 million year reign of the dinosaurs, holds its own, profound, and perhaps even stranger, anatomical puzzles. We leave the ocean's ghost behind and travel back to the late Cretaceous to confront the most famous and most baffling anatomical riddle of them all, the mystery of the tyrant king and his tiny, almost useless arms. This dynasty, the dinosaurs, was indeed a realm of profound anatomical puzzles, and none is more famous, more endlessly debated, and more jarringly counterintuitive than the one belonging to the king of the dinosaurs himself. We travel to the very end of the Cretaceous, 68 million years ago. We stand in the shadow of the ultimate predator, Tyrannosaurus rex. This creature was the pinnacle of theropod evolution, a biological fortress of power. It was an engine of destruction. Its body was immense, 13 meters long, weighing perhaps 8 or 9 tons, a mountain of muscle and bone. Its legs were colossal pillars of power, capable of propelling its vast bulk. Its head was a 5-foot-long instrument of catastrophic force, its jaws capable of shattering the very bones of its prey. A bite of almost unimaginable power. Its senses were acute, its vision sharp, its sense of smell perhaps the keenest of any large predator. It was, in almost every respect, a perfect, terrifying apex hunter. And then there were its arms. Attached to its massive, powerful chest were two of the most famously, almost comically, undersized and seemingly useless appendages in the history of life. They were tiny. The entire arm, from shoulder to fingertip, was perhaps only a meter long, the size of a human arm, but attached to the body of a city bus. They were so short they could not reach its own mouth, they could not reach each other, and they could barely reach past its chest. Each arm, though robustly boned, ended in just 2 small clawed fingers. This is the profound, central and almost absurd mystery of the Tyrant King. Why? Why would a creature of such ultimate, devastating power, a creature that represents an evolutionary peak, possess arms that seem like a biological afterthought, a pathetic, feeble, evolutionary joke? For decades, the simplest answer was that they were vestigial, that they were simply evolutionary leftovers. In the lineage of the tyrannosaurs, the hypothesis goes, the head had become so overwhelmingly dominant, so specialized as the only tool for killing, that the arms, now useless, simply began to shrink generation by generation. They were the evolutionary remnants of the longer, more functional, grasping arms of its ancestors, like Allosaurus. They were on their way to disappearing completely, and were simply the last tiny, useless scraps of a tool that evolution had discarded. But this, perhaps, is too simple. Evolution is rarely so wasteful. Even small, strange structures often retain a hidden or repurposed function. And the bones of the T-Rex arm, though small, are surprisingly robust. The muscle attachment points are strong, suggesting these tiny arms were, for their size, incredibly powerful, capable perhaps of lifting hundreds of pounds. So, if they were strong, what were they for? The hypotheses are a quiet, fascinating, and endless debate. Perhaps they were used in predation, but only at the very final moment. Imagine the tyrant, its immense jaws already clamped onto a struggling 4-ton triceratops. The prey thrashes. Perhaps the 2 small, powerful, clawed arms were used as grappling hooks, digging into the victim's flanks, helping to stabilize it, to hold it steady for the final bone-crushing bite. Or perhaps their function was not predatory, but mechanical. Imagine the 9-ton giant at rest, lying on its belly in the Cretaceous heat. How does it get up? Some scientists have suggested these small muscular arms were vital, acting like a pair of biological push-up bars, giving the creature the initial lift it needed to get its massive chest off the ground, so it could then push up with its colossal legs. Or perhaps their role was more intimate. Perhaps they were used in mating, the male using his small, powerful, grasping arms to hold onto the female's much larger body, a small but vital function in the passing on of its genetic dynasty. We do not know. The mystery of the tyrant's tiny arms endures. It is a profound and quiet reminder that even the most terrifying and seemingly perfect creatures of the past are a complex evolutionary mosaic of the hyper-advanced and the strangely primitive. They are a puzzle of parts, some ascendant, some fading. The T-Rex, it seems, invested all of its evolutionary creativity into its head, its jaws, its bite. The rest was just a delivery system, but in this same strange Cretaceous world, another, equally massive predatory dinosaur living on a different continent had taken a completely different and even more flamboyant evolutionary path. This creature, its African cousin, invested its strangeness not in its arms, but in a vast, enigmatic and utterly spectacular structure that rose like a sail from its back. Indeed, that African cousin, Spinosaurus aegyptiacus, represents one of the most profound and unsettling mysteries in all of dinosaur paleontology. A creature so strange, so specialized, and so alien to our expectations, that its true form has been a constantly shifting 70-million-year-old riddle. We travel back to that same hothouse Cretaceous world, around 95 million years ago, to the vast, swampy river delta system that was the ancient Sahara. And here, in the murky, monster-filled water, lived this giant. We have met it before as the king of its river, but let us now contemplate its central, defining, and most magnificent enigma: its sail. Rising from the creature's back was a structure of almost unbelievable proportions. Immense, thin, blade-like spines of bone, extensions of its own vertebrae, projected upwards, some reaching a height of nearly 2 meters, or 6 feet. In life, these spines were undoubtedly connected by a vast, thin, perhaps richly blood-supplied membrane of skin, forming a colossal sail that dominated the animal's profile. It was perhaps the most spectacular, flamboyant, and seemingly impractical structure ever evolved by a large predatory dinosaur. And the mystery, the one that has haunted scientists for a century, is simple. Why? What was the purpose of this immense, delicate, and cumbersome-looking appendage on a 50-foot-long, semi-aquatic apex predator? The earliest and most enduring hypothesis was thermoregulation. Imagine this giant creature, part reptile, part mammal in its metabolic needs, living in the intense, equatorial hothouse heat. A sail of this sheer surface area, filled with blood vessels, would be a magnificent radiator. By orienting itself to the breeze, or simply exposing the sail to the air, Spinosaurus could dump its immense, internal metabolic heat into the environment, staying cool, a vital adaptation for a giant in a superheated world. Conversely, in the cooler mornings, it could turn its sail broadside to the sun, a vast solar panel, warming its massive body up to operational temperature faster than its rivals. This makes perfect physical sense. And yet, is it the whole story? Others have suggested a hydrodynamic function. Spinosaurus was a creature of the water, its body long and serpentine, its tail a powerful propulsive fin. Perhaps this immense rigid sail did not flap uselessly in the water. Perhaps it acted as a keel, a giant stabilizing fin like that of a sailboat, helping to keep the long, narrow, swimming creature upright, preventing it from rolling side to side as it propelled itself forward with its powerful tail. It was, in this view, not a radiator, but a high-performance biological rudder. But the most tantalizing and perhaps most likely answer is the one evolution returns to time and time again: display. Imagine the murky, muddy waters of that Cretaceous river. Visibility is low. The world is a landscape of brown water and green, tangled mangroves. And then, rising from the surface, like a colossal, terrifying, perhaps brightly colored and utterly unmistakable banner, is the sail of a Spinosaurus. It was a billboard, a signal, a declaration of presence, of dominance, of species, of health. Perhaps the males possessed larger, more vibrant sails, using them in complex, visual, territorial disputes, or in courtship rituals to attract mates. A giant 6-foot sail, held high above the water, would be a signal visible for miles across the flat, swampy delta. It was the creature's crown, its flag, its unambiguous symbol of power. The truth is, it was likely all three. A structure evolved for display which then, secondarily, provided a convenient and useful radiator, and perhaps even some hydrodynamic stability. The sail of the Spinosaurus is a profound mystery because it showcases evolution's sheer, artistic, and sometimes seemingly reckless flair. It proves that the theropod body plan, the predatory dinosaur, was not a single, boring, uniform concept. It was a canvas for wild, bizarre, and magnificent experimentation. Spinosaurus took that canvas and created a semi-aquatic, sail-backed, crocodile-mimicking, fish-eating giant. It is perhaps the strangest theropod we have ever found, and yet, in those same strange Cretaceous forests of Asia, another, even more paradoxical, member of this same predatory theropod family was taking this evolutionary experimentation in a direction that is, if anything, even more baffling. This creature abandoned the hunt entirely, but in doing so, it evolved a set of tools, a set of claws that are, in their own quiet way, just as terrifying and just as mysterious as the sail of the Spinosaur. This creature, Therizinosaurus cheloniformis, represents one of the most profound, paradoxical, and utterly baffling mysteries in all of dinosaur paleontology. It is a creature that seems to be a walking contradiction, a biological puzzle that took scientists decades to assemble, and whose true nature still fills us with a deep, quiet sense of wonder. We travel to the late Cretaceous around 70 million years ago to the forests of what is now Mongolia. We are in the same world ruled by tyrannosaurs and their relatives. And here, moving slowly through the undergrowth, is a creature that seems to have been assembled from the leftover parts of entirely different animals. Imagine it. It is an immense animal, standing perhaps 5 meters tall and reaching 10 meters, over 30 feet in length. It is a theropod belonging to the same two-legged predatory lineage as Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor. And yet, it is not a predator. Its body is bulky, pot-bellied and heavy, suggesting a vast, complex digestive system, a huge fermentation vat, designed not for processing meat, but for breaking down immense quantities of tough, fibrous plants. It stands in a strange, upright, almost pot-bellied posture, its long, slender neck extending upwards to a surprisingly tiny, delicate skull, which housed a small, toothless beak and simple, leaf-shaped cheek teeth. This was, without a doubt, a herbivore, a plant eater. It was a theropod that had, in a profound evolutionary twist, completely abandoned its predatory carnivorous ancestry. This alone would make it a remarkable evolutionary mystery, but it is not its diet that defines Therizinosaurus. It is its arms. The arms of this giant, pot-bellied, small-headed, herbivorous theropod were immense. They were long, powerful, and each hand was armed with 3 of the most terrifying and seemingly impractical claws in the entire animal kingdom. The claws were not short and hooked like those of a raptor. They were long, slender, flattened from side to side, and gently curved like colossal, bony scythes. They measured nearly a meter, 3 feet, in length. Just the claws. This is the central, profound, and beautiful mystery of Therizinosaurus. Why? Why would a peaceful, plant-eating, pot-bellied dinosaur, a creature that had abandoned the hunt, evolve the most spectacular and seemingly lethal set of claws in Earth's history? When the first, giant, scythe-like claws were discovered, paleontologists, understandably, had no idea what they were. They assumed they belonged to a colossal, predatory, perhaps turtle-like reptile, hence its species name, Cheloniformis, or turtle-formed. It was only when more of the skeleton was found, the potbelly, the long neck, the small herbivorous skull, that the true, paradoxical nature of the creature was revealed. So, what were these claws for? The most obvious answer is defense. Imagine a Tarbosaurus, the Asian cousin of T-Rex, approaching this strange, slow-moving giant. Therizinosaurus could not outrun it, but it could stand its ground. It could rear up, its potbelly protected, and present a wall of 6 3-foot-long slashing razor-sharp scythes. It was a visual deterrent of almost unimaginable power, a keep-away sign written in bone, a weapon that could inflict devastating, catastrophic wounds on any predator foolish enough to get too close. But was that their only purpose? It seems like an extreme solution for defense alone. Perhaps their primary function was, in fact, related to its diet. Imagine this giant standing on its powerful hind legs, its long neck already reaching high. It uses those immense long arms and the giant claws as grappling hooks. It reaches up into the high canopy of the Cretaceous forest, hooks a large, leafy branch, and with its powerful arm muscles, pulls the entire branch down to its small beaked mouth, where it can delicately strip the leaves. It was, in this vision, a two-legged, claw-operating herbivorous sloth dinosaur, a creature that used its terrifying weapons as gentle botanical tools. Or perhaps it used them to dig, to tear open the giant, hard-shelled termite nests that dotted the landscape, feasting on the insects within, making it not a pure herbivore, but a specialized insectivore. The truth is, we do not know. Therizinosaurus remains a profound, beautiful enigma. It is a testament to the fact that evolution is not a simple, linear path. It is a chaotic, creative, and whimsical force. It can take a lineage of killers and, in a profound twist of irony, turn them into peaceful, pot-bellied giants, and then, just because it can, arm them with the most spectacular, terrifying, and mysterious swords the world has ever seen. This creature proves that the theropod body was a canvas for almost infinite experimentation. But the strangeness was not limited to claws. In these same ancient Cretaceous forests of China, another, far smaller, theropod was taking that experimentation in a new and even more bizarre direction. It was a dinosaur that, in its quest to conquer the air, abandoned the feather, and instead invented the wing of a bat. This creature, Yiqi, whose name simply means strange wing, is perhaps one of the most shocking and rule-breaking paleontological discoveries of the 21st century. It comes from the Jurassic period of China, around 160 million years ago. It was a tiny dinosaur, a pigeon-sized theropod belonging to a group called the Scansoriopterigids, known for their long, strange, grasping fingers. And when its fossil was found, preserved in exquisite detail, it presented a biological paradox that still, to this day, baffles scientists. The fossil showed a small dinosaurian skeleton, clearly covered in simple, brush-like primitive feathers. This, in itself, was no longer a surprise. We know now that many small theropods were feathered. But then, scientists saw the other structures. Extending from each of the creature's tiny wrists was a long, thin, pointed bone, or perhaps a calcified rod of cartilage. This was a styliform, a bone that should not be there. It was not a finger. It was an extra, bizarre, spike-like appendage, pointing backwards from the arm, and preserved as a faint, carbonized film between this strange wrist spike, the creature's long fingers, and its body, were the unmistakable traces of a membrane, a patagium, a wing of skin. This is the profound, almost unbelievable mystery of Yiqi. It was a dinosaur already covered in feathers that had independently and bizarrely evolved a bat-like wing. It was a chimera, a creature that, in its evolutionary journey, seemed to have taken two entirely different paths to the sky and fused them awkwardly into one body. It was a feathered dinosaur with bat wings. Imagine this tiny, strange creature clinging to the bark of a Jurassic conifer. It is not a powerful flyer. Its small, feathered but membraned arms were almost certainly incapable of true flapping flight. It was a glider. It would launch itself from a high branch, unfurling these strange, leathery, and perhaps slightly feathered wings, using its spike-like wrist bone to support the skin membrane, and glide silently through the dappled light of the ancient forest, landing perhaps clumsily on another trunk. Why? This is the deep, unanswered question. Why, in a world where the theropod lineage was already, clearly, on the path to true feathered flight, the path that would lead to birds, did this one small, strange branch of the family tree suddenly and radically give up on feathers and evolve a skin-based solution instead? Was it a failed experiment, an evolutionary dead end that simply could not compete with the growing efficiency of its feathered cousins? We do not know. Yiqi is a ghost, known from a single stunning fossil. It is a profound biological riddle. It is a testament to the fact that evolution is not a straight, clean line. It is a chaotic, experimental, and wildly creative process, a process that, in its quest to conquer the air, was willing to try anything. It tried a bat wing on a dinosaur. This bizarre, membrane-winged creature was one of evolution's most radical and perhaps least successful attempts at flight. But it was not the only strange experiment. In those same ancient Chinese forests, another, closely related small dinosaur was also taking to the air. It did not use skin, it fully embraced the feather. But it did so in a way that was almost as bizarre and just as mysterious. It decided that 2 wings were simply not enough. This strange evolutionary experimentation with flight, this chaotic creative frenzy in the Mesozoic skies, did not end with the bat-winged Yiqi. That was one seemingly failed pathway. At the same time, in the early Cretaceous period, around 120 million years ago, in those same astonishingly rich fossil beds of China, another small theropod dinosaur was taking to the air. This creature fully embraced the feather, the innovation that would define the future of avian flight. But it did so in a way that is, in its own beautiful and profoundly strange fashion, just as bizarre and just as mysterious. It was a dinosaur that evolved 4 wings. This was Microraptor. Imagine a small dinosaur, perhaps the size of a modern crow. It is a dromaeosaur, a true raptor, a close terrestrial cousin of the larger, more famous Velociraptor and Deinonychus. Its head is filled with small, sharp, predatory teeth. Its hands and feet possess the characteristic sickle-shaped killing claw. It was, in its heart, a hunter. But its body, preserved in fossils of exquisite, almost unbelievable completeness, was covered, almost entirely, in complex, modern flight feathers. Not just simple downy fluff for insulation, but long, stiff, asymmetrical veined feathers, identical in structure to the flight feathers of a modern eagle or pigeon, feathers designed explicitly for an aerodynamic purpose, and the arrangement of these feathers is the mystery. Microraptor had them in the places we would expect, long, wing-like arrays along its arms, forming a perfect, serviceable pair of wings. But it also had them in equal, spectacular, and seemingly impractical length on its legs. Its entire hind limb, from the thigh down to the ankle, was a second, fully formed aerodynamic wing. This was a 4-winged dinosaur, a tiny, feathered, sickle-clawed predator that moved through its world on 4 feathered, lifting surfaces. The mystery, of course, is how. How did such a creature live? How did it move? Was this 4-winged configuration a true, flapping, powered flight? Or was it, like Yiqi, a specialized glider? The consensus, based on its anatomy, leans heavily towards the latter. This was a creature of the trees, a forest dweller, a sophisticated glider. But how did it glide? This is where the debate becomes a beautiful, biomechanical puzzle. Did it hold its legs splayed out to the side, in a flat, biplane configuration, its arm wings and leg wings parallel? This seems aerodynamically plausible, but perhaps biologically difficult, requiring an almost impossible spread eagle hip posture. Or perhaps did it hold its hind legs underneath its body, creating a staggered wing? Or did it, as some have suggested, hold them tucked back, the leg wings acting as a kind of stabilizer, or perhaps a tail wing, like the tailplane on a modern aircraft. Imagine this tiny feathered creature, perhaps shimmering with the black, iridescent crow-like sheen that fossilized pigments suggest it had. It launches itself from a high branch, a predator perhaps, not of the ground, but of the air, hunting insects, small mammals or lizards in the canopy. It spreads all four of its feathered limbs, a strange black X-shaped phantom, and glides silently through the dappled ancient Cretaceous light, its sickle claws ready. Why four wings? Why this strange, seemingly redundant and complex solution? Perhaps in the dense, cluttered forest environment, this configuration offered a unique kind of control. Perhaps the leg wings were not for lift, but for steering, for making sharp, sudden banking turns, for braking, for controlling its pitch as it navigated the complex, three-dimensional maze of branches. Or perhaps the answer was not about aerodynamics at all, but about display. Perhaps these long, spectacular, iridescent leg feathers were not primarily for flight. Perhaps they were the Mesozoic equivalent of a peacock's tail, a costly, cumbersome but magnificent sexual signal, a testament to the male's health and fitness, a pair of secondary wings used in a complex visual courtship dance that just so happened to also provide some minor secondary aerodynamic benefit. Microraptor, like Yichi, represents a lost, strange chapter in the story of flight. It was an evolutionary side street, a successful one for a time, but one that was ultimately abandoned. The descendants of the dinosaurs, the birds, would eventually find that two wings were the better, more efficient, more powerful solution, and the hind limbs were best left for walking, perching, or swimming. This tiny, four-winged, shimmering black jewel of a dinosaur is a profound, beautiful mystery. It is a testament to the fact that evolution, in its relentless creativity, is not afraid to try the bizarre, the redundant, the flamboyant. It proves that the path to the sky was not a single, clean, inevitable line, but a chaotic, creative, and glorious explosion of strange and beautiful feathered forms. These feathers were perhaps as much about communication as they were about flight, but dinosaurs evolved other, even stranger ways to communicate, ways to signal their presence, not with the visual language of feathers, but with the deep, resonant, and equally mysterious language of sound. Indeed, that new social world of the Cretaceous was not just a world of visual display, of feathers and color. It was almost certainly a world of complex and profound sound. And in the vast coastal plains of late Cretaceous North America, around 75 million years ago, lived a dinosaur that seems to have evolved quite literally as a living, breathing musical instrument. This was Parasaurolophus, a member of the great hadrosaur, or duck-billed dinosaur dynasty. Let us picture this magnificent creature. It was a giant, a multi-ton herbivore, 12 meters long, moving perhaps in vast, slow, communal herds. Its broad, duck-like beak was a perfect tool for cropping the tough, new flowering plants, and its jaws were filled with complex batteries of grinding teeth. But rising from the back of its skull in a graceful, sweeping curve was the structure that defines it, a feature that remains one of the great resonant mysteries of the dinosaur world. It was a crest, a long, hollow, bony tube, in some cases stretching back for nearly 2 meters, a structure seemingly both beautiful and impossibly, bizarrely, cumbersome. For decades, the mystery of this crest baffled scientists. What was it for? Was it a snorkel, as some early fanciful theories suggested, allowing it to breathe while submerged in swamps? This was impossible. The tube had no opening at its end. Was it a weapon? It was too delicate, too hollow. Was it then simply a vast, flamboyant visual signal, a billboard for attracting mates and recognizing its own species, like the antlers of a stag or the tail of a peacock? This was and is almost certainly part of the answer. But the true, profound secret of the crest was revealed only when modern science, with CT scanners, peered inside the fossilized, bony tube. It was not a simple, hollow strut. It was a labyrinth. It was an incredibly complex, convoluted, and perfectly formed network of internal airways, looping up from the nostrils, through the crest, and then back down, into the skull and the airway. This was not just an ornament. This was a resonating chamber. This was a trombone. Parasaurolophus was a walking, living wind instrument. By forcing air from its immense, powerful lungs through this intricate, bony, biological plumbing, it could have produced sound. Not the simple reptilian hiss or grunt we might imagine, but a deep, rich, low-frequency and profoundly resonant call. A sound perhaps like a foghorn or a deep, mournful, booming note. A sound that, because of its low frequency, would be felt as much as heard. A vibration that would travel for immense distances, kilometers, across the Cretaceous plains. This is the mystery. What was the purpose of this sound? What was the music of the Cretaceous? We can only in the quiet of our minds imagine. Was it a contact call? A low, gentle, booming note allowing the vast, scattered herds to maintain their cohesion, for mothers to find their young, a simple, reassuring, "I am here, I am here." Was it a warning? A single, sudden, loud and terrifying blast, an alarm call that would signal the sudden, terrible, silent appearance of a Tyrannosaurus rex from the tree line, putting the entire, vast, multi-ton herd to a thundering, panicked stampede? Or was it, perhaps, the most poignant sound of all? Was it the sound of courtship, the deep, lonely, complex, resonant song of a male standing on a misty riverbank at dawn, his great, bony trombone lifted to the sky, calling for a mate? We will never, truly, hear that sound. It is a song lost to time, a vibration that faded from the air 75 million years ago. But the instrument, the strange, beautiful and hollow crest, remains. A silent, stony testament to the fact that the dinosaur world was not just a world of sight and scale, but a rich, complex and social tapestry, woven, almost certainly, with a deep and profoundly mysterious music. This elaborate hollow crest was a magnificent biological solution for communication and display. But other dinosaurs living in that same dangerous, tyrannosaur-haunted world invested their evolutionary energy in a completely different and far more brutal solution. They abandoned the idea of intricate, hollow, resonant bones, and instead they evolved to make their bones a solid, impenetrable and terrifying weapon. This, then, was the central problem of the late Cretaceous: survival in a world patrolled by Tyrannosaurus rex. The hadrosaurs, like Parasaurolophus, perhaps solved it with sound, with vigilance, with the safety of the immense, stampeding herd. But other dinosaurs, lacking the speed or the social numbers, were forced to evolve a different, more solitary and far more brutal solution. They abandoned communication and they invested entirely in armor. We travel to those same dinosaur-haunted North American forests, and moving slowly, placidly, and almost silently through the low ferns is the other great herbivore of this age. This is Ankylosaurus, the fused lizard. Imagine a creature that is not so much an animal as a living, walking, biological fortress. It is a tank designed by evolution for one single, profound purpose: to be impossible to kill. It is immense, perhaps 9 meters long, but built incredibly low and wide, its body almost scraping the ground. Its back is a vast, domed, impenetrable shield, a mosaic of thick, interlocking bony plates or osteoderms, fused together and embedded in its leathery skin. Even its head is a solid armored box of bone, its eyelids themselves protected by bony shutters. It is a living, stone-shelled, breathing mountain. Its small, weak, leaf-shaped teeth tucked deep within its armored skull tell of its quiet, herbivorous life spent slowly, placidly, cropping low-growing vegetation. It could not run. It could not hide in the traditional sense. Its entire passive evolutionary strategy was to simply exist, to be a meal so difficult, so armored, so utterly unrewarding that the great predators would perhaps simply pass it by. This, in itself, would be a remarkable evolutionary mystery, a creature of pure, passive, impregnable defense. But the mystery of the Ankylosaurus is deeper, because it was not just passive, it was active. It had a sting. At the end of its powerful, muscular, and surprisingly stiff tail was its true and most bizarre weapon. The last few vertebrae of the tail were fused together, forming a rigid, inflexible, rod-like handle. And at the very tip of this handle, it possessed a colossal, heavy, and absolutely solid lump of fused bone, a tail club, sometimes the size of a modern car engine. This was not an ornament. This was a medieval mace, a wrecking ball, attached to the back of a living tank. This is the mystery. How did it use it? The answer, almost certainly, was against the tyrant king. Imagine the T-Rex, its bone-crushing jaws powerful enough to shatter the frill of a triceratops, attempting an attack on this low, armored living rock. The bite on the back would find no purchase, only the jarring, tooth-risking shock of solid bone. And as the frustrated predator, perhaps, lunged for the softer underbelly or the legs, the Ankylosaurus would respond. Not by fleeing, but by bracing. It would plant its 4 stout legs and swing. Imagine that 50-kilogram solid bone club at the end of a rigid, muscular 10-foot lever swinging low and fast with terrifying, silent, kinetic power. It was not aimed at the T-Rex's armored head. It was aimed at its legs, its ankles, its shins. A single, well-placed, shattering blow from this weapon would be enough to cripple a Tyrannosaurus, to break its leg. And for a 2-legged 9-ton predator, a broken leg was a death sentence. This was the quiet, brutal genius of the Ankylosaurus. It was a creature of mutually assured destruction. A walking fortress armed with a single, bone-shattering, giant-killing weapon. This bizarre, tail-based weapon system was one incredible evolutionary solution to the predator problem. But it was not the only strange, bony weapon that the Cretaceous herbivores evolved. In these same dangerous forests, another, smaller bipedal dinosaur was taking this idea of weaponized bone in a completely different and even more mysterious direction. It abandoned the tail, and it invested entirely in its head. Indeed, that high-stakes Cretaceous world, with its apex predators and armored tanks, forced herbivores to evolve a dazzling array of defensive and bizarre solutions. The Ankylosaurus invested in a tail club. The Triceratops invested in a shield of horns. But another lineage, living in these same forested North American landscapes, pursued an even more focused and perhaps more desperate strategy. They ignored the tail. They ignored the face. They invested entirely in the roof of their own skull, turning their very brain case into a solid, bony, and mysterious battering ram. This was Pachycephalosaurus, the thick-headed lizard. Imagine a dinosaur, perhaps medium-sized, 8 or 9 feet long, standing bipedally like a smaller theropod. But it is not a predator. Its small, beaked mouth and simple, leaf-shaped teeth show it was a humble plant-eater, perhaps browsing on low-growing ferns, fruits, and flowering shrubs, a quiet, unassuming member of the forest undergrowth. Until you look at its head. The head is a biological anomaly, a true evolutionary riddle. Rising from the top of its skull is an immense, smooth, and incredibly thick dome of solid, dense bone. This dome, in a large adult, could be over 25 centimeters, 10 inches, thick. A solid, bony helmet fused directly to its own skull, its brain case tiny and protected, deep beneath this massive, stony cushion. And surrounding this great, smooth dome, like a bizarre punk rock crown, was a fringe of small, sharp, bony knobs and spikes, decorating its snout and the back of its head. This is the central, profound mystery of the bone-headed dinosaurs. What, in a world of T-Rex, was the purpose of this? The most obvious, most dramatic, and most debated hypothesis is that they used it as a weapon in the most direct way imaginable. They were headbutters. Imagine two male Pachycephalosaurus in a clearing in the Cretaceous forest, competing for dominance, for territory, for the right to mate. They face each other. They lower their heads. And then they charge. The sound is not a roar or a bellow. It is the sharp, shocking, and visceral crack of solid bone colliding with solid bone, an impact of immense concussive force echoing through the trees. Like modern-day bighorn sheep or musk oxen, they were, in this vision, settling their disputes with a ritualized and incredibly violent form of cranial combat. The evidence for this is compelling. The dome itself is a perfect, rounded, impact-absorbing structure. The spine and hip structure of Pachycephalosaurus seems uniquely stiffened and reinforced, as if to transmit and dissipate the immense, shuddering shock of such a blow, protecting the rest of the body from the impact. Some fossilized domes even show evidence of healed lesions, of damage, of bone regrowth, the silent scars, perhaps, of a long life of such battles. And yet, the mystery persists. The doubt lingers. Other scientists look at that same perfect dome, and they see fragility. They argue that the porous, radiator-like structure of the bone was not designed for such brutal, high-impact collisions, that a direct, sheep-like crash would have simply shattered the dome, or, at the very least, fatally concussed the tiny brain sleeping beneath it. They propose a quieter and perhaps stranger alternative. What if the dome was never meant for combat at all? What if it was just a billboard? A huge, visual, keep away sign? A structure that, in life, was perhaps covered in a vibrant, colorful, keratinous sheath, a bright, shining, and unmistakable signal of its species, its health, its maturity. A signal to rivals. I am a large, healthy adult. Do not challenge me. A signal to mates. I am a strong, viable choice. Or perhaps the truth lies in a gentler middle. Perhaps they did use their heads, but not in high-speed head-on collisions. Perhaps they engaged in flank butting, shoving their hard, protected heads into the softer, fleshy sides of their rivals, a painful but less lethal form of combat. We do not know. The bone-headed dinosaur with its strange, spiky, 10-inch thick helmet remains a profound enigma. It is another testament to the almost desperate evolutionary creativity of the late Cretaceous, a time when the pressure of predation forced herbivores to evolve solutions that were part weapon, part advertisement, and entirely, beautifully strange. But this mystery, this question of such an extreme, bony structure, of such a potentially violent, high-energy, hot-headed lifestyle, points to a much deeper, more fundamental, and far more revolutionary question. To power a life of headbutting, to grow such a massive, bony dome so quickly, to fuel the lives of all these active, agile, and giant dinosaurs. What kind of engine did they require? This question leads us to the greatest, most profound, and most transformative mystery of all. Were these creatures the slow, cold-blooded reptiles we once believed, or were they something else entirely? This is, perhaps, the most fundamental, transformative, and hotly debated mystery in all of dinosaur paleontology. It is a question that lies at the very heart of their existence, a question that reframes our entire understanding of who and what they were. For over a century, our image of the dinosaurs was shaped by the creatures we assumed were their closest relatives, the reptiles. We saw them as giant lizards, as colossal crocodiles. We saw them as cold-blooded or ectothermic. Imagine this old world, the world of our parents' and grandparents' textbooks. It was a slow, sluggish, and rather dull world. The dinosaurs were depicted as languid, tail-dragging behemoths, dependent on the hot Mesozoic sun to warm their immense bodies into action. They were evolutionary failures, slow, stupid, and doomed, simply waiting for the faster, smarter, warm-blooded mammals to replace them. Their extinction was not a tragedy, but an inevitability. This was the comfortable, familiar, and deeply ingrained image. But it was, as we now know, almost certainly, completely wrong. In the late 20th century, a dinosaur renaissance began, sparked by a few brilliant and heretical scientists who looked at the bones and saw not a slow lizard, but a fast, dynamic, and profoundly successful animal. They dared to ask the great central question, what if dinosaurs were warm-blooded? The evidence for this revolutionary idea is not a single smoking gun, but a cascade of subtle, powerful, and interconnected clues, all pointing away from the slow, reptilian model. We must, as we have before, look deep inside the bones themselves. The microscopic structure of a dinosaur's bone does not look like the bone of a modern crocodile or lizard, which often shows slow, layered, periodic growth. Instead, dinosaur bone is, in many cases, a dense, chaotic, and richly vascularized matrix. It is filled with countless tiny channels for blood vessels, a Haversian system, a structure identical to that found in modern, fast-growing mammals and birds. This is the bone of an animal with a high, constant metabolic fire, a creature capable of pumping vast, nutrient-rich, oxygenated blood through its body to fuel rapid growth. We have seen this in their growth rates. The mystery of the tiny sauropod hatchling, growing to a 50-ton giant in 20 years. The mystery of the teenage T-Rex, packing on 5 pounds of muscle and bone a day. This is not the life history of a cold-blooded reptile. It is the signature of a high-speed, high-energy, warm-blooded engine. We see it in their very posture, the erect, pillar-like legs of a sauropod, the agile, bipedal grace of a raptor, the upright stance of a tyrannosaur. This is not the sprawling, energy-saving posture of a lizard. This is the posture of an active animal, a posture that requires a high, constant metabolic output to sustain against gravity. We see it in their predator-prey ratios. In cold-blooded ecosystems like a swamp, a single, cold-blooded predator, like a crocodile, needs very little food and can be supported by a relatively small prey base. In warm-blooded ecosystems, like the Serengeti, a single, warm-blooded predator, like a lion, burns fuel at a furious rate and requires a vast prey base, thousands of wildebeest, to sustain it. The fossil record of the Cretaceous, with its handful of giant T-Rex fossils found amidst thousands of hadrosaur and triceratops fossils, looks profoundly like a modern, warm-blooded mammalian ecosystem. And finally, we see it in the most beautiful and most undeniable clue of all, the feathers. We now know that many, if not most, theropod dinosaurs were covered in complex, insulating, downy feathers. Why would a cold-blooded creature, a creature that relies on the sun to gain heat, evolve an intricate insulating coat designed to trap its own body heat and keep it in? The answer is, it would not. An insulating coat of feathers is the single, most powerful and most elegant piece of evidence that these creatures were generating their own internal, warm-blooded metabolic fire. So, were they warm-blooded? The answer today seems to be a resounding and revolutionary yes. Or at the very least, they were mesothermic, something in between, a unique metabolic strategy we no longer see in large land animals. The giants, like sauropods, may have been inertial homeotherms, their sheer colossal bulk acting as a thermal blanket, maintaining a high, stable temperature. But the old, slow, grey reptilian model is dead. The dinosaurs were, in all likelihood, fast, dynamic, active, energetic, and fiery creatures. They were less like lizards and far more like giant, strange, flightless, and sometimes scaly birds. This central metabolic mystery, this question of their inner fire, is the key to their entire 165 million year success, and it opens the door to the next, most visual and most tantalizing mystery of all. If these creatures were so dynamic, so active, and so vibrant on the inside, what did that mean for their outside? What, in this new, fiery, feathered, and complex social world, what did they really look like? What colors did they wear? This, then, is the new, vibrant, and fiery image of the dinosaur world. A world of fast-growing, warm-blooded, active, and feathered creatures, far more like giant, strange birds than the sluggish lizards of our old imagination. But this new, dynamic picture raises the most visual and perhaps most personal mystery of all. What color were they? For more than a century, this question was considered unanswerable, a realm of pure speculation belonging to the imaginations of artists, not the hard facts of science. Color, we assumed, was the first, most fragile, and most fleeting aspect of a living creature, lost instantly to decay, leaving no trace in the silent, stony record of the fossils. We painted them in the only colors we knew, the drab, safe, reptilian shades of grey, green, and brown, the colors of the rocks and mud they were buried in. But the fossil record, in its patient, quiet way, held one more, almost unbelievable, secret. The answer was waiting, not in the bones, but in the feathers. The discovery, in the 1990s and 2000s, of the exquisitely preserved feathered dinosaurs of China in places like the Liaoning province was a revolution. These fossils preserved not just the bones, but the carbonized phantom-like imprints of the feathers themselves, the downy fluff of Sinosauropteryx, the complex vanned wings of Microraptor. But even this was not the true secret. The true miracle was microscopic. Scientists, examining these fossilized feathers under the immense power of scanning electron microscopes, found something inside the carbonized filaments. Tiny, ovoid, or sausage-shaped microscopic granules. They were, unmistakably, the fossilized remnants of melanosomes. Melanosomes are the tiny, pigment-bearing cellular organelles that, in modern birds and mammals, contain the melanin, the pigment that gives our hair, our skin, and our feathers their color. And they are incredibly, stubbornly resilient. This was the Rosetta Stone of dinosaur color. Scientists realized that by comparing the shape and arrangement of these fossilized melanosomes to the melanosomes of living birds, whose colors we know, they could, for the first time, read the lost color patterns of the dinosaurs themselves. Long, thin, sausage-shaped eumelanin granules. They indicated blacks and grays. Small, round, meatball-shaped pheomelanin granules. They indicated reddish browns, chestnuts, and yellows. And if the long, thin granules were stacked, flattened, and precisely aligned, they indicated something even more magnificent. Iridescence, a structural color, the glossy metallic sheen of a modern starling or crow. The mystery of color was, in an instant, solved, and the answers were beautiful. Sinosauropteryx, that first famous fuzzy dinosaur. Its melanosomes revealed it was a rich, reddish-brown, a chestnut-colored creature. And most spectacularly, its long tail was patterned in bold, stark, alternating rings of reddish-brown and pale, white or orange stripes. It was a dinosaur raccoon. Microraptor, the four-winged glider, Its feathers were not just black. The aligned, flattened melanosomes proved unequivocally that it was iridescent, a creature that shimmered, its four wings glowing with a blue-black glossy sheen in the Cretaceous sunlight. Anchiornis, another small, four-winged, bird-like dinosaur. Its color map was revealed in stunning detail, a body of spangled black and white magpie-like feathers, topped with a dramatic, bright reddish-orange crest on its head. The mystery was answered. The dinosaur world was not a drab, grey and green monotony. It was vibrant, it was colourful, it was patterned, striped, crested and shimmering. These creatures, just like modern birds, used colour for everything. For camouflage in the dappled forest light, for species recognition, and almost certainly for complex, beautiful and dramatic visual displays to attract mates and intimidate rivals. And what of the giants? What of Triceratops or Tyrannosaurus rex? We have not as yet found their skin pigments preserved. Their colours remain a true mystery. But the old, drab, grey-green model is almost certainly wrong. We must now imagine them too as creatures of pattern and colour. Perhaps the Triceratops used its immense frill not just as a shield, but as a vast, stunning, biological billboard, flushed with vibrant warning colours. Perhaps the T-Rex was countershaded or striped or patterned, a camouflage designed for its forested hunting world. To contemplate their colour is to breathe the final, vibrant life into their ancient bones. It is the last piece of the puzzle. We now see them as they truly were, not as slow, grey, sluggish lizards, but as fast, intelligent, active, warm-blooded, feathered and colourful creatures, more like giant, strange birds. It completes the picture of a dynasty at its absolute 165 million year-long peak. A world of magnificent, complex and resilient life, a perfectly balanced, enduring empire. It was a world that seemed, in its power and vibrancy, as if it would last forever. It was a world utterly and completely unprepared for the fact that the sky was about to fall. The empire was complete. 165 million years of success, a vibrant, colourful and dynamic world ruled by creatures at the absolute peak of their evolutionary power. It seemed by all measures that this reign would be eternal, but it was not. 66 million years ago, as we know, the sky fell. A rock, 10 kilometers wide, an asteroid or a comet, struck the planet with the force of billions of atomic bombs, blasting the Chicxulub crater in the Yucatan Peninsula. This, we are told, is what killed the dinosaurs. But this, in itself, is a mystery. The impact was a single, terrible, local event. Yes, it was colossal, triggering megatsunamis, continental earthquakes, and a searing initial heat pulse. But how does a single bad day in the Gulf of Mexico kill every single ankylosaurus in Mongolia? How does it extinguish every Triceratops in North America? How does it wipe an entire global 165 million-year-old dynasty from the face of the Earth? The impact itself was not the true killer. The true killer, the great global and profound mystery of this extinction, was not the fire. It was the aftermath. It was the how. The asteroid, in its catastrophic collision, was a planetary-scale injection. It vaporized not just itself, but billions of tons of the Earth's crust, and the crust in the Yucatan was uniquely, almost cruelly, composed of rock rich in two specific substances, sulfur and hydrocarbons. This immense plume of vaporized, sulfur-rich rock was blasted high above the atmosphere, into the stratosphere. There, it combined with water vapor to form a vast, global, impenetrable shroud of sulfuric acid aerosols. It was a chemical veil, a planet-spanning layer of reflective, sun-blocking smog. And at the same time, the global wildfires ignited by the initial heat pulse, and the vaporized hydrocarbons from the impact site threw billions of tons of fine, black, choking soot into the sky. This is the true killer, the impact winter. Imagine the sun, the engine of all life, the source of all warmth, being in a matter of days turned off. The sky, choked with this stratospheric cloud of acid and soot, would have gone dark. Not the gloom of a cloudy day, but a profound, perpetual planetary twilight, perhaps lasting for months or even years. The first consequence was the death of the plants. Photosynthesis, the process that powers the entire global food web, stopped. The great, lush, Cretaceous forests, the source of all food, began to wither and die in the darkness. The second consequence was the cold. With the sun's warming rays blocked, the planet, even in its hothouse state, was plunged into a sudden, deep and unnatural winter. Temperatures plummeted, perhaps by dozens of degrees, bringing freezing conditions even to the tropics. This is the mystery solved. It was not the fire that killed the dinosaurs. It was the cold and the dark. The great, herbivorous, warm-blooded herds of Triceratops and Hadrosaurs, their immense, high-energy bodies needing hundreds of pounds of fresh food every day, found themselves in a world that was suddenly dark, freezing and empty of all food. They starved and they froze to death. And the colossal, active, warm-blooded predators, the Tyrannosaurus rex, who hunted them, their food source vanished in a matter of weeks. They too starved. The non-avian dinosaurs were, in a tragic irony, victims of their own success, their very greatness, their high-octane metabolisms, their huge size, their specialization. These were all adaptations for a stable, vibrant, high-energy world. They were magnificent machines, but they had no off switch. They could not hibernate. They could not burrow. They could not survive on the scraps of a dying world. Their engines were too big, their fuel demands too great. This is the great solved mystery of their end. A single, dark, cold and quiet winter, a winter that lasted for years, silently and efficiently dismantled an empire that had stood for 165 million years. But this grand, tragic and total extinction, this final, perfect reset, presents our next and perhaps most poignant mystery. The asteroid, it seems, was not perfectly efficient. The darkness and the cold were not, in the end, total, because in the smouldering, frozen, post-apocalyptic ruins of this reptilian world, something, somehow, survived. This is the great, final, and perhaps most profound riddle of the dinosaurs' fall. The extinction was not a perfect, clean sweep. The asteroid, the darkness, and the cold were impossibly, brutally effective. They wiped out the tyrant kings, the armored tanks, the horned herds, the scythe-clawed giants, and the four-winged gliders. They extinguished every single known lineage of non-avian dinosaur, from the largest sauropod to the smallest turkey-sized raptor. And yet one group passed through the filter. A single specialized feathered branch of the same theropod lineage survived the apocalypse that claimed all of their cousins. The birds. Why? Why them? How did a creature that was, by all definitions, a dinosaur, survive the very event that was, by definition, the end of the dinosaurs? This mystery is a story of a key, fitting a very specific, dark and narrow lock. The impact winter was the great filter, and it selected, ruthlessly, for a very particular set of survival traits. The first and most obvious trait was size. The survivors were small. No large land animal, dinosaur or mammal made it through. The giants, with their immense high-energy metabolic demands, were the first to starve in the dark, foodless world. The birds that survived were almost certainly small, perhaps no larger than a modern quail or sparrow. Small bodies require exponentially less fuel, a critical advantage in a world of profound famine. But size alone was not enough. Small non-avian dinosaurs, like Compsognathus or Velociraptor, also perished. The second, and perhaps most crucial, key was diet. Imagine the world in the first dark, cold year after the impact. The plants are dead, the leaves are gone, the great herbivores are starving, the carnivores that feed on them are starving in turn. The entire, complex, fresh food web has collapsed. But the planet, in its wisdom, has an ark, a biological failsafe, a pantry for the apocalypse buried in the soil, seeds. Seeds are the ultimate survival pods. They are tiny, armored, nutrient-rich packages of life, designed by plants to endure exactly this kind of catastrophe. They can lie dormant in the cold, dark soil for months, for years, even for decades, waiting patiently for the light to return. While the Triceratops starved for lack of fresh leaves, and the T-Rex starved for lack of Triceratops, the dark, cold, post-impact world was, for a creature that could eat them, a global, buried feast of seeds. This is the leading and most elegant hypothesis. The birds that survived were perhaps not the specialized fish eaters or the insect hunters. They were the creatures that had, by evolutionary chance, developed the one single life-saving tool, a short, robust, powerful beak designed for cracking and eating seeds. They were the ground birds, the finch-like or chicken-like lineages. While the great dinosaurs looked in starvation at the dead, empty forests, the surviving birds were looking down, digging in the dirt, feasting on the vast, dormant underground pantry. Their feathers, that dinosaurian inheritance, provided the perfect, lightweight, high-performance insulation against the sudden, unnatural cold. Their small size meant they needed only a few, precious, seeds a day. And their ability to fly, even in short, fluttering bursts, allowed them to travel, to seek out the scattered, richer patches of this new, bleak, seed-based economy. It was the perfect, lucky, evolutionary storm, small, warm, insulated, and equipped with the one single dietary key that could unlock the frozen, dark, and starving world. This is the mystery of their survival. It was not a miracle. It was a statistical bottleneck. Life, in all its diversity, was pushed through a tiny, dark, and seed-shaped hole. The non-avian dinosaurs, in all their magnificent, specialized, giant forms, simply did not fit. But the birds, that one, small, beaked and feathered lineage, did. They were the fortunate heirs, the branch that carried the entire 165 million year dinosaurian legacy, alone, into the new world. The age of the giant reptile was over. This cataclysm brought a final, definitive end to the Mesozoic, the long era of reptilian dominance. This world of giants, of Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops, seems to us to be a time of unparalleled, almost freakish scale. But we must ask, was it truly so unique? Or was the Earth, in an even older, deeper and stranger past, in an age before the first primitive dinosaur ever took a breath, capable of producing giants from an entirely different and perhaps even more alien branch of life? That is the profound and quiet truth. The Mesozoic, the age of dinosaurs, was not a unique anomaly of gigantism. It was merely the vertebrate chapter. To find the mystery of the other giants, the ones born from a completely different and far more ancient evolutionary blueprint, we must journey back further, past the age of T-Rex, past the age of Spinosaurus, past even the Great Dying and the age of Helicopterian. We must travel to the Carboniferous period, roughly 340 million years ago. This was the Coal Age, a world of vast, steaming, tropical, global swamps. And it was a world operating under a different set of atmospheric rules. The planet was covered in immense primitive forests of giant, fast-growing lycopod and fern trees. These vast planetary lungs were pumping oxygen into the atmosphere at an incredible rate, while their dead, unrotted bodies were buried, sequestering the carbon, creating the coal seams we burn today. The The result was an atmosphere unlike any since. The air was thick, heavy, and saturated with oxygen, perhaps reaching levels of 30 or even 35% compared to our modern 21. This oxygen-rich, high-pressure world was a hothouse for a different kind of life. It was the age of the arthropod giants, and crawling on the damp, humid, fern-carpeted floor of these ancient, swampy forests was a creature that seems pulled from a deep, primal human fear. Arthropleura. This is the mystery of arthropod gigantism. Arthropleura was not a millipede, exactly, but a close, ancient relative. And it was a monster. It was not the size of a finger or a foot. It was the size of a car. Fossilized trackways and fragments of its immense, armored, segmented body show a creature that reached lengths of up to 2.5 meters, over 8 feet, and was perhaps half a meter wide. This was and is the largest land-dwelling invertebrate known to have ever existed. Imagine it. A low-slung, multi-legged, armor-plated, 8-foot-long creature moving with a slow, powerful, rhythmic ripple of its dozens, perhaps hundreds of legs, pushing its immense, wide, segmented body through the damp undergrowth of the giant fern forest. Its passage would not be silent. It would be the loud, constant rustling and scraping sound of a living, armored train. What was this giant? Despite its terrifying, almost nightmarish appearance, it was almost certainly a peaceful herbivore, its simple mouthparts designed for shredding the rotting, abundant plant litter of the forest floor. It was a giant, mobile compost heap. Its very existence is the true mystery. How could a bug, an animal that breathes through simple passive tubes, tracheae in its body, possibly get enough oxygen to power a body of this colossal 8-foot scale? The answer, almost certainly, was the air itself. In that 35% oxygen world, the air was so rich, so dense, that oxygen could be passively forced deep into the creature's tissues, allowing it to bypass the physical, respiratory limits that keep our modern insects and millipedes small. Arthropleura was a creature built by the atmosphere it lived in. It was a giant, walking testament to a world that was simply, fundamentally different from our own. This colossal, 8-foot armored herbivorous bug, this quiet, rustling giant of the forest floor, is one of the Carboniferous's greatest enigmas. It was a sign that in this strange, high-oxygen, swampy world, the rules of scale were broken. The arthropods, for a brief, glorious geological moment, were unleashed. Their gigantism was not confined to the damp, dark forest floor. It also, in an even more spectacular, and perhaps more beautiful, display of evolutionary exuberance, took to the sky. That evolutionary exuberance, that brief high-oxygen window of the Carboniferous, did indeed take to the sky. While the colossal Arthropleura rustled through the damp giant fern forests below, the air above was patrolled by an insect of such impossible, elegant, and intimidating proportions that it, too, seems pulled from a fever dream. This was Meganeura, the giant griffinfly. We must once again recalibrate our sense of scale. Imagine a dragonfly, the large, beautiful, darting hunters of our modern ponds, their wingspans measured in inches. Now imagine one scaled up dramatically to the size of a modern hawk or a seagull. This was Meganeura. It was not a true dragonfly, but a very close, ancient relative. And it was a giant. Its wingspan, preserved in delicate, carbonized impressions in the same swampy, coal-bearing rocks as the giant ferns, reached a staggering 70 centimeters, or nearly 2.5 feet. Its body was robust, long, and powerful. This was, in all likelihood, the apex predator of the Carboniferous skies. Imagine its world. The air is thick, humid, rich and dense with that 35% oxygen. The sky is perhaps a hazy, pale color, filled with the spores of the great fern trees. And cutting through this thick, rich air on 4 immense, intricately veined membranous wings is this giant. The sound of its flight would not be the thin, high-pitched buzz of a modern insect. It would be a deep, resonant, leathery thrumming, the sound of powerful, primitive flight muscles beating the heavy air. Its head was a predatory marvel, dominated like a modern dragonfly by 2 enormous, multifaceted, compound eyes, perhaps containing thousands of individual lenses, granting it a panoramic, motion-detecting view of its world. Its legs were stout, spiny, and held forward beneath its head in a basket, a perfect aerodynamic tool for snatching prey in mid-air. What did it hunt? In a world long before the first bird or pterosaur, the air belonged to the insects. Meganeura was the eagle of its time. It likely hunted the vast array of other, smaller, flying insects that filled these ancient swampy skies. But given its sheer size and power, it is not impossible to imagine it as an opportunist, perhaps darting down to snatch small, primitive amphibians or lizard-like reptiles from the banks of the swamp pools. Like its ground-dwelling cousin Arthropleura, the very existence of Meganeura is a profound atmospheric mystery, inextricably linked to the air it breathed. A flying machine of this size, powered by the simple, passive tracheal tube respiratory system of an insect, should not be able to exist. A body that large and flight muscles so powerful would demand more oxygen than such a system could possibly deliver. Unless, of course, the air itself was delivering it. That 35% oxygen atmosphere was the solution. The air was so rich, so dense, that it could passively flood the creature's tissues with the fuel it needed to power its immense flapping wings and to sustain its high-energy predatory lifestyle. Meganeura was a creature built of and by the sky it flew in. It was a living, breathing, hunting testament to the unique, high-octane atmospheric conditions of the Carboniferous world. And, like Arthropleura, its dynasty was tied to this fleeting atmospheric anomaly. As the Carboniferous period ended, as the great coal swamps dried up and the planet's oxygen levels began their long, slow decline back to modern levels, the reign of the giant insects ended. The sky could no longer support their magnificent, inefficient giant engines. They vanished, leaving only their beautiful, lace-like wing impressions in the coal. The mystery of Meganeura is the mystery of a lost atmosphere. It is a glimpse into a time when the rules of physics, the very constraints on life, were different, allowing the insect, for a brief, glorious, 40-million-year-long moment, to achieve a scale of terrifying, hawk-like, beautiful majesty. These were the first, true, undisputed masters of the sky. Their evolutionary experiment, though vast, was ultimately a dead end. The future of the skies would not belong to the arthropod. It would belong to the vertebrate, a lineage that would, in the next great era, take the concept of aerial gigantism and push it to a scale that would make even the 2.5-foot dragonfly seem almost like a toy. This vertebrate lineage, the pterosaurs, did indeed conquer the skies of the Mesozoic era. They were the first vertebrates to achieve true, powered flight, and they ruled the air for over 160 million years. They evolved into a dazzling array of forms. But at the very end of their reign, in the final moments of the late Cretaceous, their lineage produced a creature of such profound, impossible, and baffling scale that it makes the giant dragonfly, Meganeura, seem indeed like a small, harmless toy. This was Quetzalcoatlus northropi, the feathered serpent god. Its fossils were first found not by the sea, but in the dry, inland, terrestrial deposits of Texas, and this is the first clue to its strange mystery. But the true enigma is its size. We must abandon all modern comparisons. The largest flying bird today, the wandering albatross, has a wingspan of about 3.5 meters, Quetzalcoatlus had a wingspan of 10, perhaps even 12 meters, 33 to 40 feet. It was a living, breathing, flying animal with the wingspan of a small Cessna aircraft or a World War II fighter plane. And it was not just a pair of wings. Its body, though incredibly light, was attached to a long, stiff, and powerful neck. When it stood on the ground, folding those immense leathery wings, formed from a single, elongated fourth finger, it was not a small, shuffling creature. Its long, stilt-like legs held its body high. Quetzalcoatlus, on the ground, stood as tall as a modern, fully grown male giraffe. This is the central, profound, and almost paradoxical mystery. A creature the size of a giraffe that could fly. How? How did such a colossal and seemingly top-heavy creature even get off the ground? This riddle has baffled paleontologists for decades. It was too large to simply run and flap. It did not, we think, live on high cliffs from which to launch itself. The most current and most spectacular theory suggests it launched like a giant vampire bat. It would crouch on all fours and then, using the immense, folded muscular power of its arms, its wing knuckles, it would perform a single, colossal quad launch, a pole-vaulting leap that would vault its entire 200-kilogram body high enough into the air to catch the first powerful downstroke of its monstrous biological kite-like wings. And what did this flying giraffe do? Its long, sharp, toothless beak suggests it was not a filter feeder nor a vulture. The reigning hypothesis is that it was a terrestrial stalker. Imagine this scene. A creature as tall as a giraffe, walking, stalking patiently on four limbs through the fern-covered plains of the late Cretaceous, its head held high. It spots its prey, a small dinosaur, a lizard, a mammal hiding in the undergrowth. Its long, stiff neck would strike down like a heron, snatching the victim in its pike-like beak. It was the apex predator, not of the sky, but of the ground, that just so happened to be able to fly. Quetzalcoatlus was the absolute, final, and most magnificent expression of pterosaur evolution. It was a biological, aerodynamic, and neurological marvel, a creature that pushed the very limits of what is possible for living flesh and bone. It was the undisputed and seemingly eternal king of the Cretaceous skies. But its reign, and the reign of all pterosaurs, was tied to the fate of the dinosaurs. When the asteroid fell 66 million years ago, this magnificent giraffe-sized flying machine, along with all its non-avian dinosaur cousins, vanished from the Earth. The skies were, in an instant, left empty, vast, and silent. This sudden, profound vacuum left the throne of the sky open, ready to be claimed by the other great vertebrate flyers, the lineage that did survive the cataclysm, the birds. But in the new, strange, post-apocalyptic world, the birds would not just claim the sky. In a bizarre, evolutionary echo of their own dinosaurian past, some would abandon the sky entirely, grow to giant size, and claim the vacant throne of the apex land predator, left empty by Tyrannosaurus rex. And that vacant throne, the one left empty by the fall of Tyrannosaurus rex, was indeed claimed in a bizarre and terrifying evolutionary echo by the dinosaurs' only surviving descendants. The birds. We journey now into the Cenozoic, the age of mammals, but we travel to a continent that was, for millions of years, an island: South America. Isolated from the rest of the world, life here evolved in a splendid, separate evolutionary experiment. And in this experiment, the mammals did not immediately rise to the top of the food chain. The role of the apex predator, the great terrestrial hunter, was seized spectacularly by a lineage of giant, flightless, carnivorous birds. These were the Phorus racids, the creatures we rightly call the terror birds. Imagine the savannas and open woodlands of Patagonia, perhaps 20 million years ago. The mammals here are strange, hoofed creatures, the litopterns and notungulates, with no modern equivalent. And stalking them, moving with a fast, confident, two-legged stride, is a bird the size of a monster. Kelenken, the largest of them, stood 3 meters or 10 feet tall. Its body was powerful, its legs long, slender, and built for speed, like those of a giant carnivorous ostrich. Its wings had shrunk to tiny, useless vestigial stubs, armed perhaps with a small claw, echoes of their grasping raptor past, but utterly incapable of flight. Its true weapon, its evolutionary innovation, was its head. The skull of a kelenken was colossal, over 70 centimeters long, larger than the skull of a modern horse, and it was not the delicate, lightweight, hollow-boned skull of a flying bird. It was a thick, robust, reinforced and heavy mass of bone, an instrument of brutal power, ending in a massive, deep, hooked eagle-like beak, a pickaxe of death. This is the mystery. How did this giant, running bird dinosaur hunt? We can only imagine the chilling efficiency. It was not a pack hunter. It was a solitary, perhaps ambush or pursuit predator. It would use its long, powerful legs to run down its mammalian prey, its speed terrifying. And then, the kill. It would strike, not with claws, but with its head. Using its immensely powerful neck muscles, it would drive that giant, hooked, sharp-edged beak downwards like a hatchet, a single catastrophic, skull-crushing blow. Or perhaps it would seize its smaller prey, shaking it with bone-shattering violence and hammering it against the ground, a technique its small, modern relatives, the sirriamers, still use today. The terror birds were the undisputed kings of South America for nearly 60 million years. They were a profound evolutionary success, a testament to the fact that the dinosaurian theropod body plan was still, even in the age of mammals, a blueprint for a perfect killer. Their own long reign, their own dynasty, only began to fade with another great geological event, the rise of the Isthmus of Panama. When that land bridge formed, it allowed the true mammalian superpredators from North America, the great saber-toothed cats, the wolves, the bears, to invade the south. The terror birds in their long isolation simply could not compete with these new, fast, intelligent, and perhaps pack-hunting mammalian killers. They faded, a ghost of an older avian dynasty. The terror birds were a spectacular avian experiment in gigantism and predation. But this new Cenozoic world, this age of mammals, was also a time when other reptilian lineages, not just birds, would also make their own terrifying bid for the title of apex predator, particularly on the other great isolated continent of the South. And that other great isolated continent, that second laboratory of life, was Australia. For millions of years, it too was an island, its fauna dominated by the strange and wonderful experiments of the marsupials. Here, kangaroos, wombats, and possums evolved to fill the niches that placental mammals claimed elsewhere. But in this strange Cenozoic world of pouches and pouched predators, the role of the apex hunter, the great cold-blooded king, was not held by a bird or even a mammal. It was held, until terrifyingly recently, by a true reptile, a lizard of almost mythological proportions. This was Varanus priscus, the creature we call Megalania. To understand this creature, we must picture its living, smaller relative, the Komodo dragon, a formidable 3-meter-long venomous predator. Now, we must imagine this creature scaled up, dramatically. Megalania was a true giant monitor lizard. It was not a dinosaur, but it was a monster in its own right. Conservative estimates based on its fossilized vertebrae place its length at 7 meters or 23 feet. It was a half-ton, low-slung, armor-scaled reptilian predator. This is the first part of its mystery. This was not in the distant hothouse age of reptiles. This was the Pleistocene. This was the Ice Age. This giant, cold-blooded predator, this true land-dwelling dragon, lived, breathed, and hunted in the same world as the first humans to walk on the Australian continent. Imagine it, moving with a slow, powerful, serpentine gait through the eucalyptus woodlands of Ice Age Australia. Its forked blue-black tongue, like that of its modern relatives, constantly tastes the air, a sophisticated chemical sensor searching for the scent of its prey. And its prey was a bestiary of other vanished marsupial giants, the Diprotodon, a rhinoceros-sized giant wombat, the Procoptodon, the giant short-faced kangaroo. Its hunting method was likely one of patient, terrifying ambush. It would wait, its patterned skin a perfect camouflage, and then, with a surprising burst of speed, it would lunge. But its true weapon was not just its size or its serrated shark-like teeth. It was its venom. Like the Komodo, its bite was likely a sophisticated, toxic cocktail, a blend of anticoagulants and enzymes designed to send its victim into a state of profound shock and bleed it to death, slowly. It would bite, and then it would wait, following its dying, half-ton prey for hours or even days, a silent, patient reptilian shadow. This brings us to its final and most profound mystery, its disappearance. Megalania vanished from the Earth only 50,000 years ago, a mere moment in geological time. And this date coincides almost perfectly with another pivotal event, the arrival of the first Aboriginal Australians. Did our ancestors, armed only with spears and fire, hunt this seven-semester venomous dragon into extinction? Or perhaps more likely, did we simply outcompete it? Did we hunt its primary food source, the giant Diprotodon, to extinction, starving the giant lizard as a secondary consequence? Or did our fire stick farming, our use of fire to manage the landscape, simply change the ecosystem, the delicate ancient balance, in a way this giant specialized predator could not survive? We do not know. Megalania is a true evolutionary enigma, a cold case from the Ice Age, a reptilian giant that looked our own species in the eye. Its disappearance is a mystery that is inextricably, and perhaps tragically, linked to our own. This giant reptilian echo, this Ice Age dragon, was one of the great, bizarre beasts of the Pleistocene. But this same strange Ice Age world, which hosted a giant venomous lizard in Australia, was also nurturing another, even more unlikely, and perhaps even more unsettling giant on the continent of Asia. This giant was not a reptile, it was a primate. It was, in a very real sense, a member of our own immediate ape family. This ghost, this giant primate, is perhaps the most unsettling of all, because it is not a distant reptilian other. It is, in a very real and profound sense, family. We journey once again into the Pleistocene, but this time to the deep, humid, subtropical forests of what is now southern China, Vietnam, and Southeast Asia. And it is here, in this ancient bamboo-choked jungle, that we find the mystery of the largest ape that ever lived, Gigantopithecus blacki. Its story, for us, begins not with a great skeleton, but with a puzzle, a single, enormous, fossilized tooth found in a Chinese apothecary shop in the 1930s, being sold as a dragon's tooth. It was unmistakably a primate molar, a tooth like our own, but of an impossible giant size. Since then, we have found thousands of these teeth and a few colossal, robust lower jawbones. And that is all. The rest of the creature is a ghost, a body we must build in our minds from the sheer staggering scale of these fragments. And the scale is, truly, monstrous. This was not just a large gorilla. Gigantopithecus was a true giant, perhaps standing 3 meters or nearly 10 feet, tall on its hind legs, and weighing over 500 kilograms or 1,100 pounds. It was the largest primate the world has ever known, a real-world King Kong, living in the forests of Pleistocene Asia. Its mystery is twofold. First, how did it live? Those immense, thick-enameled, grinding molars tell a clear story. This was not a predator. This was a specialized, powerful herbivore, its entire life likely dedicated to processing immense quantities of tough, fibrous vegetation. Its primary food source, in all likelihood, was the vast, endless bamboo forests of its homeland. Imagine this creature, not as a raging monster, but as a quiet, solitary, powerful giant. It moves, perhaps, like a colossal orangutan or a gorilla, knuckle-walking slowly, ponderously, through the dense, green jungle undergrowth. Its immense, muscular arms pull down thick, woody stalks of bamboo, which it then crushes with the sheer, grinding power of its massive jaws. It was a peaceful, plant-eating, 10-foot-tall ape. The second and more poignant mystery is, why did it vanish? Gigantopithecus was not an ancient alien creature. It was a recent ghost. It lived for over 1 million years, and it coexisted with our own closer ancestors, Homo erectus, who inhabited the same forests. It vanished perhaps only 300,000 years ago, a mere moment in deep time. Its gigantism, its very specialization, was likely its doom. As the Pleistocene climate fluctuated, as the ice ages came and went, the warm, stable bamboo forests it depended on shrank, fragmented, and were replaced by cooler, open savanna. The giant, slow-moving, specialized ape simply could not adapt. It was a victim of climate change, its food source vanishing, its colossal body a metabolic burden it could no longer sustain. It faded, silently, into extinction, leaving only its massive teeth as a testament to its reign. Gigantopithecus is a profound, uncanny mystery. It is a reminder that our own primate family tree produced a branch of true, awe-inspiring giants. It was a spectacular, scaled-up, but ultimately failed experiment in ape evolution. This hothouse Asian jungle produced a giant of a familiar form. But the Cenozoic, the age of mammals, was a strange time. In its other great, isolated laboratory, the continent of South America, it was producing other herbivorous mammalian giants, built not on a familiar ape-like plan, but on a blueprint so bizarre, so alien, that it, too, seems pulled from a dream. That other great isolated laboratory, the island continent of South America, was indeed a world of dreams, a place where mammals, evolving in isolation for tens of millions of years, produced forms that are, to our eyes, profoundly and wonderfully bizarre. We journey there, back to the Pleistocene, the Ice Age, perhaps just 50,000 years ago. We are on the open plains, the pampas of what is now Argentina. And here, we encounter a creature that redefines our very understanding of the word sloth. Forget the small, slow, gentle, tree-dwelling creature of the modern Amazon, clinging harmlessly to a branch. This was Megatherium, the great beast. It was a sloth, yes, a member of the same ancient Xenarthran lineage, but it was a sloth that had grown to the size of a modern elephant. Imagine this creature moving slowly, ponderously, across the Ice Age plains. It is colossal, weighing perhaps 4 tons, and standing when it reared up on its hind legs, over 6 meters, or 20 feet, tall. Its body is immense, bulky, covered in thick, shaggy, reddish-brown fur, its hide reinforced with thousands of small, embedded, bony plates, creating a tough, armor-like protective skin. Its legs are massive, pillar-like, its hind feet turned inwards in a strange, club-footed gait. But its true, defining, and most mysterious features were its arms and its claws. Its arms were long, powerful, and its hands were armed with 3 enormous, sickle-shaped, grasping claws, each one perhaps over 30 centimeters or a full foot in length. This is the central mystery of the great beast. What was a 4-ton elephant-sized ground-dwelling sloth, doing with a set of claws that would make a predatory dinosaur proud. For decades, paleontologists have debated its lifestyle. It was, undoubtedly, a herbivore, its simple, grinding teeth confirming a diet of plants. But how did it eat? Imagine it approaching a large, established tree on the pampas. It is not a delicate browser, it is a force of nature. It rears up, back onto its colossal hind legs and its thick, powerful, tripod-like tail. It stands, 20 feet tall, towering over the landscape. It does not just nibble at the lower leaves, it pulls. It wraps those immense, claw-tipped, powerful arms around the trunk of the tree, and with its 4-ton weight, it simply and slowly pulls the entire tree down, ripping it from the earth by its roots, to placidly browse on the fresh leaves of the crown. It was not a browser, it was a living, walking, biological bulldozer. And those claws, they were not just for pulling, they were its defense. Imagine a pack of saber-toothed cats, Smilodon, the apex predators of this same world, approaching this giant. The Megatherium rears up, a 20-foot-tall tower of fur and muscle, and swipes. A single raking blow from those foot-long, sickle-shaped claws would be enough to disembowel a lion, to end a hunt instantly. It was a gentle, slow-moving, plant-eating giant, armed with the weapons of a colossal prehistoric bear, and its mystery deepens. Some scientists, looking at its robust frame and those claws, have suggested an even stranger, more unsettling theory. What if it was not a pure herbivore? What if it was an opportunist, a kleptoparasite? What if this 4-ton giant used its immense size and those terrifying claws to simply take the kills of other predators, to drive the saber-toothed cats from their own, hard-won prey, and then use those claws to rip apart the carcass? We do not know. Megatherium is a magnificent, baffling, and profoundly strange creature. It is a testament to the sheer evolutionary creativity that flourished in South America's long isolation, a world that took the humble, slow blueprint of the sloth and scaled it up into a 4-ton, tree-felling, saber-cat-fighting giant. This lineage, the Xenarthrans, these strange native South American mammals, were masters of evolutionary experimentation. Megatherium, the giant sloth, represented their shaggy, clawed, giant model. But in these same Ice Age plains, living alongside it, was its cousin, a creature from the same ancient Xenarthran stock that took a completely different and perhaps even more bizarre path. It abandoned fur, it abandoned claws, and it invested entirely in the most perfect, impenetrable, and tank-like suit of armor that a mammal has ever produced. This creature was Glyptodon, and it was, in every sense, the perfect mammalian counterpart to the reptilian Ankylosaurus that had walked the Earth millions of years before. It was the ultimate living fortress of the Cenozoic, an animal that took the concept of defense and turned it into an art form. Imagine walking placidly across those same Ice Age pampas alongside the giant shaggy sloths, a creature that looks less like a mammal and more like a piece of ornate, moving geological sculpture. It was, essentially, a giant armadillo, a member of the same Xenarthran family. But it had taken the armadillo blueprint and scaled it up to the size of a Volkswagen Beetle or a small car. It was perhaps 3 meters long and weighed over a ton. But its size was not its mystery. Its mystery was its shell. A modern armadillo, for all its armor, is a creature of flexibility. Its armor is a series of overlapping, flexible, leather-bound, bony bands, allowing it to curl into a protective ball. Glyptodon abandoned flexibility entirely for pure, absolute, and uncompromising strength. Its shell, its carapace, was not made of bands. It was a single, solid, immovable and colossal dome of bone, a fused one-piece vaulted shield composed of over 1,000 individual bony plates or osteoderms, all sutured together edge to edge like a perfect, intricate cobblestone street. This massive 2-inch thick solid bone dome covered its entire body, from its shoulders to its hips. It was a walking, impenetrable, 1-ton vault. Its head was not left undefended. It too was covered in a thick, bony, helmet-like cap of armor, and its tail, thick and muscular, was encased in a series of overlapping, heavy, bony rings, a defensive club. In its even more spectacular cousin Dodecurus, this tail club evolved into a terrifying, spiked medieval mace, a weapon of brutal, bone-shattering power. Imagine its life. It was a slow, ponderous, and utterly peaceful creature. Its small, simple, peg-like, ever-growing teeth show it was a grazer, its head held low, methodically, and perhaps very slowly, cropping the tough, abrasive grasses of the pampas. It was a living, 2-ton armored lawnmower. And its defense? It was perhaps the most perfect passive defensive strategy the world has ever seen. What could possibly hunt this? Imagine Smilodon, the great saber-toothed cat, the apex predator of this world, attempting to make a kill. Its claws, designed to grip flesh, would find no purchase, scraping uselessly off the hard, smooth, bony dome. Its saber teeth, those immense knife-like canines, were long, but they were brittle. A bite to that solid, unyielding 2-inch thick shell would not break the shell. It would break the teeth. It would be a fatal, catastrophic failure for the predator. Glyptodon did not need to run, it did not need to fight, it did not need to hide, it simply had to exist. It was a meal that was quite literally unbreakable. It was a living, walking, keep-out sign. This perfect, passive and incredibly successful design, this evolutionary masterpiece, allowed the glyptodonts to thrive, to diversify into many forms, and to dominate the herbivorous landscape of the Americas for millions of years. And yet, like the giant sloth, like the mammoth, like the saber-toothed cat, Glyptodon vanished. It too disappeared in that same sudden, mysterious, planetary-scale extinction event at the very end of the Ice Age, 10,000 years ago. This is its final mystery. How does a creature that is, by all measures, invincible, go extinct? Perhaps the answer was not a predator. Perhaps it was the changing climate, a shift in the grasses it was built to eat. Or perhaps the predator that finally defeated this unbreakable tank was a new, small, upright, and seemingly fragile ape, a creature that did not need to break the shell, but that was smart enough to simply change the world it lived in. The strangeness of these South American giants was one of immense, bizarre physical forms. But as we leave this lost world of giant sloths and armored cars behind, our journey takes us to a different and perhaps even more profound enigma. We turn our gaze from the evolution of physical armor and claws to the evolution of the mind itself, and to the lost enigmatic figures who shared our very own human journey. And these enigmatic figures, these lost members of our own human family, present the most profound and perhaps the most personal mystery of all. We journey back to the Ice Age, to the cold, wind-swept plains and forested valleys of Pleistocene Europe, perhaps just 60,000 years ago. Here, living and thriving long before our own Homo sapiens ancestors arrived, was another kind of human, a parallel humanity, the Neanderthals. This is not the mystery of a strange, distant animal. This is the mystery of a mind that was perhaps as complex, as self-aware, and as profound as our own, but was just different. We know them, physically. We have seen their robust, cold-adapted bodies, their powerful builds. But the true enigma is their head. Their skull housed a brain that was, on average, larger than our own modern brains. What, then, did those brains do? What did they think? For a century, we defined them by their absence. We saw them as the brutish, simple-minded caveman, a failed evolutionary rough draft, a silent, animalistic prelude to the true creative spiritual dawn of Homo sapiens. But the stones and the bones have begun to whisper a different, far more complex and more unsettling story. We find their tools, the Mysterian toolkit, and they are not crude. They are sophisticated, planned, and perfectly crafted for their world. They show forethought, skill, and a deep, generational library of knowledge. We find their graves at sites like Shanidar Cave and La Chapelle aux Saints. As we have explored, we find the bones of the old, the injured, the weak, individuals who could not possibly have survived for decades without the constant, patient, and deliberate care of their group. This is not the cold, animalistic calculus of survival. This is the mark of a complex, social, and perhaps empathetic mind. They buried their dead, placing them, it seems, with intention in the earth, an act that speaks of ritual, of memory, and perhaps of grief. And then there is the art. For decades, we believed we were the only artists, but the mystery deepens. In caves in Spain, scientists have now dated the faint, red, ochre hand stencils, the simple, geometric, ladder-like patterns on the walls, to a time 65,000 years ago. This is 20,000 years before Homo sapiens is thought to have even arrived in the region. The implication is staggering. The first faint artistic impulse in those dark, sacred, silent caves may not have been our own. It may have been theirs. We find the perforated, pigment-stained shells of sea creatures found far inland, clearly transported, clearly used as beads, as ornaments. We find the talons of eagles, cut and grooved, as if worn as a necklace, a symbol, a piece of a story. This was not a brute. This was a person, a different kind of person. And this leads to the final and most profound mystery. If they were so intelligent, so adaptable, so successful, surviving for hundreds of thousands of years in the brutal glacial European world that we were not yet ready for, why are they gone? And why are we here? What happened in those few fateful millennia after our two human species, our two different kinds of mind, finally met on that ancient, icy European stage? Was it violence? Did we, with our perhaps more complex language, our new projectile weapons, our larger, more cooperative tribes, simply out-compete them, hunt them, replace them? Or was the ending quieter and perhaps even sadder? Did we simply absorb them? The ghost of their lineage lives on as a faint 1 to 2% whisper in the DNA of every modern human outside of Africa. We met, we interbred. Perhaps we just slowly, genetically swallowed their smaller, scattered populations. Or was it something else? A climate shift they could not adapt to. A disease we brought from Africa, a plague that burned through their unprepared immune systems. We do not know. The Neanderthal mind is the ultimate uncanny valley of prehistory. It is a mirror reflecting a humanity that is almost but not quite our own. Their silence, their final disappearance, is the greatest, most personal, and most poignant what if in our own family story. They are the ghost of the other human, the road not taken. They are the most familiar of our lost relatives, but in the vast, cold highlands of Asia, in a single dark Siberian cave, the faint genetic echo of another, even more mysterious and almost completely unknown, human ghost was waiting to be found. That faint genetic echo found in that single, dark Siberian cave has revealed a human ghost so profound and mysterious that it makes even the Neanderthals seem familiar and well understood. This is the mystery of the Denisovans, a chapter of human history that was, until 2010, completely and utterly unknown to science, a humanity that existed only in the silence. Our knowledge of them did not begin with a grand skeleton or a complete skull. It began with a single, tiny, almost insignificant fragment of bone, the tip of a child's pinky finger. It was found deep in the floor of Denisova Cave in the Altai Mountains of Siberia. Scientists, expecting it to belong to a Neanderthal or an early modern human, extracted its ancient DNA. The result was a scientific shockwave. The DNA was not Neanderthal, it was not Homo sapiens, it was something else. It was a new, third, distinct branch of the human family, a lineage that had shared a common ancestor with Neanderthals hundreds of thousands of years prior, but had then split off, evolving in total secrecy across the vast, unknown and harsh continent of Asia. This is the central, almost chilling mystery of the Denisovans. We have, to this day, almost no idea what they looked like. They are a genome without a face. Our entire physical record of this ancient, successful and widespread human species consists of that one tiny finger bone, 3 large robust molar teeth, and most recently a single powerful lower jawbone found high on the Tibetan plateau. And that jawbone, found in a cave at 11,000 feet, holds the key to their profound physiological mystery. It proved that these humans were not just surviving in the cold Siberian steppes. They were adapted physiologically to the extreme thin air, low oxygen environments of the highest mountains on Earth. They were the original high-altitude specialists. This was not just a guess. The proof, once again, was found in our own living DNA. Scientists discovered that modern Tibetan populations, who thrive in these same impossible high-altitude environments, carry a unique super-athlete gene variant that allows their bodies to function in low-oxygen air. That gene, they found, was not their own. It was a direct genetic gift, a ghost, inherited from their ancient, long-vanished Denisovan ancestors. This is their true, living, fossil record. The Denisovans are a ghost population, their legacy written not in stone, but in the very blood and breath of millions of people alive today in Melanesia, in Australia and across Asia, who carry their ancient spectral DNA. They were a parallel humanity. They thrived for hundreds of thousands of years. They were intelligent. They interbred with us. They interbred with Neanderthals. They were, in every sense, human. And yet we know nothing of their art, their culture, their language, their appearance. They are a true, deep, prehistoric mystery, a shadow species, a human ghost that walked the mountains and plains of Asia. Their existence, revealed by a speck of dust in a cave, proves that the story of our own past is far stranger, more complex and more crowded than we ever dared to imagine. It proves that the vast, continental land masses of the Ice Age were home to other, different kinds of us. But this was not the only place evolution was running its strange human experiments. If the vast, cold continents produced these robust, high-altitude ghosts, the most isolated, remote, and smallest scraps of land, the islands were about to reveal a human story that was, if possible, even more bizarre. A story that would challenge the very definition of what it means to be human. The vast, cold continents of the Ice Age were indeed home to these human ghosts, the Neanderthals and the Denisovans, parallel humanities that challenge our sense of uniqueness. But the rules of evolution, harsh and predictable on the great land masses, become strange, fluid, and almost dreamlike on the most isolated laboratories of life. Remote islands. And it was on one of these islands, in the Indonesian archipelago, that the story of human evolution produced its most bizarre, its most tiny, and its most profound mystery. We journey to the island of Flores. It is a remote, jungle-covered volcanic island, a place that even during the lowest sea levels of the Ice Age was never connected to the mainland of Asia. It was always an island, separated by deep, treacherous water. And here, in a deep limestone cave called Liang Bua, scientists in 2003 unearthed a skeleton that should not exist. It was not a modern human. It was not a Neanderthal. It was not Homo erectus. It was something new and something impossibly, paradoxically, small. This was Homo floresiensis, the creature the world would come to know as the Hobbit. Imagine an adult, female human, but standing only 1 meter or about 3.5 feet tall. Her body was tiny, her proportions different from our own, with long arms and large feet. And her brain. Her brain was astonishingly small, no larger than that of a modern chimpanzee, housed in a skull the size of a grapefruit. Yet, this was not an ape. She was an advanced human toolmaker. In the same cave, associated with her bones, were sophisticated, carefully crafted stone tools, points and blades. And the bones of the creatures she hunted. Giant rats, and most remarkably, the dwarf elephants, the stegodon that also lived on this strange island. This is the profound, mind-bending mystery of Homo floresiensis, a creature with the brain size of an ape, but the cultural behavior of a human, hunting giant rats and dwarf elephants, on an island it could only have reached by making a deliberate and courageous sea crossing. What was it? For years, the debate raged. Was this simply a modern Homo sapiens, one of us afflicted with a tragic, pathological condition like microcephaly, a genetic disorder that resulted in its small stature and tiny brain? Or was the truth something far stranger and far more profound? As more fossils were found, the evidence began to build. This was not a single, sick individual. This was a population. A distinct, unique, and ancient species of human. It was perhaps a descendant of a much older human ancestor, perhaps Homo erectus or even something older, that had arrived on this island hundreds of thousands, perhaps even 1 million years earlier. And once trapped on this isolated, predator-free island, it had shrunk. This is island dwarfism, a known powerful evolutionary force. On an island with limited resources and no predators, giant animals like the elephants tend to shrink to become dwarf stegodon. And, it seems, humans, or at least archaic humans, do the same. This tiny, 1 meter tall, tool-making human was not a diseased version of us. It was a perfectly adapted version of an ancient ancestor, a new, tiny human species, forged by the strange, powerful evolutionary rules of island life. The mystery of Homo floresiensis is the mystery of our own lineage, put through an evolutionary funhouse mirror. It proves that our own human branch of the tree of life is not a straight, inevitable line towards bigness and smartness. It is a plastic, adaptable, and wildly experimental lineage, just like any other. And the final chilling part of this mystery? The dates. Homo floresiensis, this tiny, small-brained, tool-making human species, lived on this island, hunted and thrived until as recently as 50,000 years ago. This means, without a doubt, that as our own direct Homo sapiens ancestors were migrating out of Africa, painting the caves of Europe and encountering Neanderthals, this other tiny, strange, hobbit humanity was living, breathing and hunting in a jungle on the other side of the world. The island of Flores proves that isolation can rewrite the rules, shrinking a human ancestor into a hobbit. It was a self-contained, strange and isolated evolutionary experiment. But on the other side of the world, the planet had been running an even larger, older and more magnificent experiment in isolation. It was the vast island continent of South America, which, for millions of years, had been its own sealed laboratory. producing a menagerie of mammalian forms so bizarre, they too seem to challenge all evolutionary logic. This isolated laboratory, the island continent of South America, was indeed a world of its own, a place where evolution, sealed off for tens of millions of years, produced mammals that seem cobbled together from a dream. We journey there, to the Pleistocene, to the windswept pampas of Patagonia, and here, grazing alongside the giant sloths and armored glyptodonts, we find one of the most anatomically baffling and profoundly strange mammals of all time, Macrauchenia. At first glance, it is a creature of deep biological confusion. Its body is large, robust, perhaps the size of a modern camel, with a long, graceful, llama-like neck. But its feet are not the two-toed feet of a camel or llama. They are stout and end in three large, hoof-like toes, more like a primitive rhinoceros. It was a member of an entirely extinct, native South American order of mammals, the Leptopterna, a group that had, in its long isolation, convergently evolved to look like the horses and camels of other continents. But this strange camel-rhino-llama hybrid is not the true mystery. The true, profound and almost comical enigma is its head. When scientists first examined the skull of Macrauchenia, they found something that defied all mammalian logic. The nasal openings, the bony holes in the skull where the nose attaches, were not at the front of the snout, where a nose should be. They were located high up on the top of the skull, set far back, almost between the creature's eyes. This is a profound anatomical riddle. Why would a land-dwelling, grazing animal have its nose on the top of its head? There can be only one logical and bizarre conclusion. This animal in life must have possessed a large, fleshy, muscular trunk. A long, prehensile proboscis like that of a modern tapir, or perhaps even a short, elephant-like trunk, which anchored to those high, bony, nasal openings. Imagine this creature now, alive, moving across the Ice Age grasslands. A camel-sized body, walking on three-toed, rhino-like feet, with a long, llama-like neck, topped by a head that possessed a long, flexible, grasping, elephant-like trunk. It is a biological chimera, a creature seemingly assembled by a playful evolutionary committee from the spare parts of 4 different animals. What was the purpose of this bizarre nasal trunk? Perhaps it was a tool, a fifth limb. Imagine it, standing on its sturdy legs, using its long, muscular trunk to reach high into the thorny desert bushes, delicately plucking the tender leaves, like a tapir. Or perhaps it used it to snorkel, its body submerged in a river to escape the heat, its trunk held high, like a periscope, the only part of it breaking the surface, allowing it to breathe. Or perhaps it was just an enhanced organ of smell, a sensitive, mobile, fleshy nose, constantly sampling the air for the scent of the great saber-toothed cats that hunted it. We do not know. Macrauchenia is a true evolutionary enigma, a beautiful, strange and peaceful herbivore. It represents the sheer, creative and almost whimsical power of island evolution, a process that, when left alone on a continent for 50 million years, can produce forms that are truly, profoundly unlike anything else. Its lineage, the Leptopterna, was a spectacular but ultimately failed experiment. When the Isthmus of Panama finally rose, connecting South America to the north, this strange, trunk-nosed llama, along with many of its unique, native South American cousins, was driven to extinction, perhaps by climate change or by competition from the new, invasive, and perhaps more efficient mammals from the north. Macrauchenia is the ultimate testament to South America's long, strange, evolutionary isolation. But it was not the only continent running such an experiment. On the other side of the world, another, even more isolated and even more ancient island continent was producing its own unique evolutionary solutions. A world where the mammals had taken a completely different path, the path of the pouch. And in this isolated world, this lineage too would produce its own strange and terrifying apex predator. That other isolated world, the ancient island continent of Australia, was indeed a world of the pouch, a parallel evolutionary experiment where the marsupials, not the placentals, rose to fill the great ecological niches. And in this strange, unique, and long isolated world of the Pleistocene, this lineage produced an apex predator that was, in its own way, as specialized, as powerful, and as bizarre as any saber-toothed cat. This was Thylacoleo carnifex, the marsupial lion. Its mystery begins with its ancestry. This was not a cat, it was not a lion, it was a marsupial, its closest living relatives perhaps the koala and the wombat. It was a creature whose evolutionary line, the diprotodonts, was almost entirely dominated by peaceful, plant-eating herbivores. And yet, somehow, this branch of the family tree took a sharp, savage, and terrifying turn. It evolved into one of the most efficient, hyper-carnivorous killing machines the planet has ever produced. Imagine this creature, the size of a leopard or a small lion, but built with the stocky, immense muscular power of a wombat, supercharged with predatory strength. It was not a fast pursuit hunter of the open plains. It was a heavy, powerful ambush predator, a creature of the forest and woodland, perhaps even a climber, its paws armed with formidable, semi-opposable thumb claws, perfect for grappling, climbing, or holding prey. But its true, defining, and most terrible mystery was its mouth. It did not kill like a cat, with a suffocating bite or a canine puncture. It killed like a set of industrial bolt cutters. Its teeth were a profound evolutionary modification. The incisors, the front teeth, were enlarged into huge, dagger-like, stabbing points, but the cheek teeth, the premolars, had transformed into two immense, blade-like, shearing carnassials, a pair of biological shears that ran the length of its jaw. Biomechanical analysis of its short, wide, immensely powerful skull reveals that Thylacoleo possessed, pound for pound, the most powerful bite of any mammalian predator, living or extinct. Imagine its hunt. It waits silently, perhaps in a tree or in a low crouch. Its prey, perhaps a giant kangaroo, Procoptodon, or the colossal, rhino-sized wombat, Diprotodon, wanders past. The attack is an explosion of grappling, clawing, muscular power. And then, the bite. Those immense, shearing blades would drive shut, powered by massive jaw muscles, severing the spinal cord, crushing the windpipe, or inflicting a catastrophic, instantly debilitating wound. It was a predator designed for overwhelming, brutal, and immediate power. This was the king of the Australian Pleistocene, a lion built from the blueprint of a koala. Its existence is a profound testament to convergent evolution, the way life will always find a way to produce an apex predator, even from the most unlikely of beginnings. And, like its South American counterparts, its mystery ends in a familiar, tragic, and recent silence. It vanished around 50,000 years ago, at the same fateful moment that the giant Megalania disappeared, and that the first small and fragile-looking Homo sapiens arrived on the continent. The marsupial lion is a chilling enigma, a creature of familiar form but alien ancestry. It proves that the mammalian story in its isolation can produce a predator as strange as any dinosaur. But this Cenozoic world, this age of mammals, was not finished with its paradoxes. The South American and Australian experiments were strange, yes. But back in the old world, in the mainstream of mammalian evolution, a creature was browsing the forests of Europe and Asia that was, in its quiet, herbivorous way, perhaps the most biologically baffling and contradictory of them all. That baffling creature, the one that seems to break all the rules of mammalian evolution, was the Chalicotherium. We journey back, not to an isolated continent, but to the mainstream, to the vast open woodlands of Europe, Asia, and Africa during the Miocene epoch, perhaps 20 million years ago. And here, browsing peacefully, is a mammal that looks like a biological paradox, a creature assembled by a committee that could not agree. At a distance, you might see its head and its long, graceful neck and think simply, a horse. Its skull is distinctly equine, its teeth those of a peaceful herbivore, a browser of soft leaves and twigs. It is, in its very DNA, a perissodactyl, an odd-toed ungulate belonging to the same grand evolutionary order as modern horses, rhinoceroses, and tapirs. But as this horse steps out from the trees, the illusion shatters, replaced by a profound anatomical confusion. This creature is not built for running. Its front limbs are significantly longer and more powerful than its hind limbs, giving it a strange, sloping, gorilla-like or hyena-like posture. Its feet are not hooves. It does not walk on a single, hardened toe. Instead, its front feet are armed with 3 immense, curved and deeply cleft claws that would look more at home on a giant digging anteater or a terrifying predatory bear. This is the central, bizarre mystery of the Chalicotherium. It is a clawed horse, a creature that seems to defy its own fundamental evolutionary heritage. How did such an animal even live? It was for a long time a profound puzzle, but its very strangeness is the key. It was a herbivore, but it was not a grazer. It was a specialist, an animal that had, in a remarkable twist, abandoned the running hoof of its ancestors and re-evolved a grasping claw for a purpose that was entirely peaceful. Imagine it moving through the Miocene woodlands. It does not walk on its claws, which would dull and break them. Instead, it walks on its knuckles, like a modern gorilla, its precious, giant, curved claws held up, protected, off the ground. It moves with a slow, strange, shuffling, powerful gait, its horse-like head held high. It reaches a tall tree, a tree whose high, tender leaves are beyond the reach of the deer and other ground-level browsers. And here, it deploys its impossible tools. It rears up, standing powerfully on its shorter, sturdier hind legs, its sloping body a perfect cantilever. It reaches up with those long, powerful, gorilla-like arms, and it hooks the high branches with its giant 3-foot-long claws. It does not climb, it simply pulls. It is a living, walking, grappling hook. It bends the entire massive branch down to its waiting, gentle, horse-like mouth, and then placidly, delicately strips the leaves. It was a browser that had, in its own strange mammalian way, become a brachiosaur, a 2-legged, high-level herbivorous specialist. Those terrifying claws were not weapons of war, they were the tools of a gardener, a living rake. This was a profoundly successful and deeply strange evolutionary experiment, a lineage that thrived for millions of years. It is a testament to the fact that evolution is not a one-way street, that a horse does not always have to become a horse. It can, if the niche is open, just as easily and just as successfully become a giant, knuckle-walking, clawed, gorilla-like creature. Chalicotherium is a beautiful, peaceful, and baffling enigma. It is a creature of paradox, and like all the other giants we have met tonight, it too eventually vanished. Its disappearance is part of a much larger, much more recent, and far more terrifying global mystery. This mystery concerns all of these magnificent Cenozoic giants. Because as the Ice Age reached its final, dramatic, concluding chapter, all of them, the mammoths, the mastodons, the saber-toothed cats, the giant sloths, the armored glyptodonts, the dire wolves, and the giant bears, all of them across all continents in a geological instant, died. This is the great, central and most recent mass death in our planet's history. It is a mystery that we are, in a very real sense, still living inside. The Quaternary extinction event. It is not an ancient, abstract geological puzzle from a time of dinosaurs. This happened yesterday. It happened just 10,000 years ago as the last ice age was ending. And in the space of just a few short millennia, a breathtaking, global and spectacular menagerie of giants, the megafauna was completely and utterly wiped from the face of the earth. The Ankylosaurus and the Triceratops had an excuse, a 10-kilometer-wide asteroid. But the mammoth, the megatherium, the glyptodon, the saber-toothed cats, they had survived the worst of the glacial cold. They had endured the deep freezes and the thaws of a dozen different ice age cycles. They were the masters of the Pleistocene world. And then, just as the world was finally becoming warmer, gentler, just as the great ice sheets were retreating for good, they all died. This is the mystery. Why? Why then? What was the killer that succeeded where the glaciers had failed? There are two great suspects in this profound global cold case. The first suspect is the climate itself. The very warming that ended the Ice Age was not a gentle, peaceful spring. It was a chaotic, violent and rapid transformation. The vast, open mammoth steppe, that cold, dry, grassy superhighway that had fed the giants for 100,000 years, vanished. It was replaced, in a matter of centuries, by new, dense, boreal forests and wet, boggy tundra. The giants, specialized for the cold, dry, open grass, found their entire world, their entire food source, dissolving beneath their feet. They were victims, in this scenario, of a climate change so rapid, so total, that they simply could not adapt. They starved in a new green but inedible world. It is a clean, elegant and powerful theory. It lays the blame on the vast, indifferent and natural cycles of the planet. But there is another suspect, a new, small and seemingly insignificant creature that had, at this exact same moment, just finished its own long migratory conquest of the globe. A creature that was highly intelligent, intensely cooperative, and had perfected the art of projectile hunting. This suspect was us. This is the overkill hypothesis. It suggests that as the first small, agile Homo sapiens hunters, armed with atlatls, spears, and a profound cooperative social intelligence, spread across North and South America and across Australia, they entered a world of naive giants. These were megafauna that had, for millions of years, never known a predator like this. They had no fear. They were, perhaps, easy targets. In this scenario, our ancestors were the great, sweeping, prehistoric plague, a tiny, new, invasive species that, in a few short millennia of relentless, efficient hunting, simply and systematically ate the megafauna into extinction. The debate is fierce, and it is profound. Was it the climate, or was it us? Was it a natural, planetary shift, or was it the first, great and terrible signature of humanity's arrival as the new, dominant and most dangerous force on the planet? The truth, in all likelihood, is a tragic, perfect and unsolvable combination of both. A perfect storm. The climate was changing, stressing the great herds, breaking them apart, confining them to smaller, more isolated refuges. And into those refuges, at the exact same time, came the new, intelligent and deadly human hunter. It was a 1-2 punch. The climate dealt the first blow, and humanity, perhaps, delivered the last. We do not know. The giants are gone, and their silence is a profound and perhaps a warning mystery. It is the last great extinction, a question that hangs, unanswered, over the very dawn of our own human age. This mystery, this question of the Great Vanishing is one of the most profound in our recent past. But there are other mysteries in the deeper past that are not about a creature's end. They are about a creature's beginning. They are about a creature so strange, so alien, so profoundly weird that we cannot even, to this day, decide what or who it was. This creature is, perhaps, the ultimate embodiment of a prehistoric mystery. It is not an enigma of size or of weaponry or of extinction. It is a fundamental, existential enigma. It is a fossil that, for more than half a century, has stared back at science and calmly, quietly refused to answer the most basic question of all: what are you? We journey back 300 million years to the Carboniferous period, to the strange, swampy coastal estuaries of what is now Illinois. This is the famous Mason Creek fossil bed, a place that preserves not just the hard shells, but the faint, carbonized, soft body impressions of the creatures that lived in its murky, brackish water. And here, preserved in telltale ironstone nodules, we find Tullimonstrum gregarium, the Tully monster. Its fossil is a faint, pale, and utterly baffling silhouette. It is small, perhaps 30 centimeters, or a foot long. Its body is soft, streamlined, torpedo-shaped, lacking any obvious fins, bones, or shell. It seems at first to be a simple, primitive, worm-like creature. But then the details emerge, and the logic of biology begins to unravel. Projecting from the middle of its body at a right angle is a long, thin, rigid bar. And at the ends of this horizontal bar are two small, dark, oval-shaped blobs, its eyes. It is a creature that saw the world from two ends of a rigid, horizontal, sensory stalk, a design that seems almost comically and biomechanically absurd. At its back, it has a faint, diamond-shaped, horizontal tail fin like that of a cuttlefish. And at its front, it has no head, no jaw, no skull. Instead, a long, thin, flexible, and segmented proboscis, or trunk, extends far forward, ending in a tiny, claw-like appendage armed with rows of small, sharp, grasping teeth. Its mouth, it seems, was at the end of a long, grasping hose attached to a creature with eyes on a stick. This is the Tully monster. It is a biological chimera, a creature seemingly assembled from the spare, unrelated parts of an alien biology class. It is so strange, so completely other, that for decades it has defied our most fundamental act of understanding: classification. What is it? Where does it belong in the great sprawling tree of life? For years the debate raged. Was it a bizarre swimming mollusk? A segmented worm? A strange soft-bodied free-swimming arthropod? Or was it something else entirely? A representative of a failed experimental phylum, a branch of life that was born, lived and died in these carboniferous swamps, leaving no other trace, no relatives, no descendants? Then in 2016, a study using high-powered modern imaging claimed to have solved the riddle. They saw, in the faint internal traces of the fossil, a thin, pale line, a notochord, the primitive cartilaginous backbone that is the defining, unifying feature of our own phylum, the vertebrates. They declared that the Tully monster, this bizarre, hose-mouthed, eye-stalked thing, was a fish, a primitive, jawless vertebrate, a bizarre, soft-bodied and wildly divergent cousin of the modern lamprey. The mystery, it seemed, was solved. The alien was, in fact, one of us. But the mystery of Tullimonstrum is not so easily tamed. Just a year later, another, equally rigorous study challenged this finding, re-examining the evidence and arguing, compellingly, that the notochord was just a fold in the gut. They argued that the creature's anatomy, its eyes, its teeth, were in fact profoundly invertebrate. And so, the creature slipped once again back into the profound, uncanny and unsettling void of the unknown. The Tully monster is, to this day, an enigma. It is a creature without a phylum. It is a question mark, preserved in stone. It is perhaps the ultimate prehistoric mystery, a profound, silent, and deeply humbling reminder that our neat, tidy classification systems are just our own human, intellectual boxes. Life, in its vast, chaotic, and truly alien creativity, is not, and never was, obligated to fit inside them. It is a creature that we simply cannot place, a ghost whose very identity is unknown. But there is another kind of ghost, a creature we thought we knew, a creature whose story was considered solved, closed, and finished. It was a creature that, until our own modern time, reminded us that extinction is not always the simple final word we believe it to be. That creature, that profound, living, swimming lesson in scientific humility, was the coelacanth. This is not a mystery of a strange, baffling fossil. It is the mystery of a creature that refused to be a fossil, a ghost that simply and stubbornly declined to be dead. Let us set the scene. The year is 1938. A museum curator, Marjorie Courtenay Latimer, is inspecting the catch of a local fishing trawler in the shallow waters off the coast of South Africa. It is a routine day filled with the familiar sharks and rays. And then she sees it. A large, heavy-bodied, 5-foot-long fish covered in strange, armored blue-grey scales. Its fins are not the thin, ray-like fans of a modern fish. They are thick, fleshy, muscular lobes, like primitive, stumpy limbs. Its tail is a strange, 3-lobed, paddle-like structure. She does not recognize it. No living scientist does. But she knows, with a jolt of profound intuition, that this is something important, something impossible. She has it preserved. She sends a sketch to a colleague, J.L.B. Smith, a chemist and amateur ichthyologist. When he finally lays eyes on the specimen, his world shifts. He is not looking at a new species. He is looking at a coelacanth. This is the central, stunning fact. Coelacanths were a vast, ancient, and incredibly well-known group of lobe-finned fish. They were known only from the fossil record. They were thought to have flourished in the age of dinosaurs, swimming in the same Cretaceous seas as the mosasaurs. And they were believed to have vanished completely in the same fiery, asteroid-driven cataclysm that killed Tyrannosaurus rex. They had been officially, scientifically, and confidently extinct for 70 million years. They were as gone, as finished as the ammonites. And yet, here in 1938, was a living, breathing, freshly caught one, flopping on the deck of a trawler. This discovery was a biological thunderclap. It was the equivalent of a zoologist on a walk finding a living, breathing triceratops. It proved in a single, undeniable, blue-scaled instant that the fossil record is not a perfect, complete, infallible book. It is an archive with missing pages. It proved that extinction as a concept is not a hard line, but a fuzzy and sometimes deeply incorrect assumption. The coelacanth had not vanished. It had simply hidden. It had survived, not by retreating to the impossible, crushing, abyssal depths, but simply by existing quietly in the steep, rocky, deep-water slopes off the coasts of Africa and Indonesia, a shadow zone just beyond the reach of 19th and early 20th century science. It was hiding in plain sight. This is the coelacanth's proof. It is the ultimate, true, prehistoric mystery that survived into our present. It is the living, swimming, undeniable evidence that the ocean can hide its ancient ghosts. That 70 million years extinct can be, in the end, just a simple, human, record-keeping error. And this single, profound, living fact, this ancient lobe-finned fish, this ghost from the age of dinosaurs, is the dark, powerful, and speculative engine that gives a final, chilling, and almost credible life to the greatest what-if in all of ocean history. If the ocean, in its shallow, well-traveled margins, could hide a coelacanth for 70 million years, what then is it hiding in the true deep? What is it hiding in the 95% of its vast, unmapped and blacker than space, abyssal void? This is the question that haunts the void. If the ocean in its shallows can hide a 70 million year old ghost, what truly colossal secret could it be keeping in its vast, abyssal, unmapped basement? And this question, this coelacanth's proof, inevitably, chillingly, leads our imagination to the greatest, most terrifying, and most romantic phantom of them all, Otodus megalodon. The scientific consensus is, and must be, absolute. The megalodon is extinct. Its dynasty, as we have explored, ended 3 million years ago, a victim of a cooling world, a vanishing food source, and the rise of new, smarter competitors. The fossil record is clear. The great global tooth rain stopped. The king is dead. And yet, the human mind, armed with the coelacanth's impossible living, breathing precedent, refuses to let the giant rest. The mystery persists, not because of evidence, but because of its absence. It persists because 95% of the ocean is a black, crushing, unknown void, a hiding place of almost infinite capacity. This is the final, ultimate, calm, chill speculation. This is the great what if. What if, the whisper goes, the megalodon did not die? What if it adapted? What if, as the surface world grew cold and hostile, a remnant population did the one thing no one could predict? What if they abandoned the sunlit upper world and retreated, generation by generation, into the deep? Imagine a creature evolved over 3 million years for a new, cold, and permanent darkness, a deep-sea, abyssal megalodon. Its metabolism, in the near-freezing, high-pressure water, would have slowed to a profound reptilian crawl, its heart beating perhaps only once every few minutes. It would be a creature of immense, cold, and patient energy. It would be a ghost gliding silently through the unmapped abyssal plains 4 miles down. Its prey would be the other unknown giants of the deep, the colossal ancient sleeper sharks, the great sperm whales diving for their own food, and perhaps the creature that haunts the megalodon's own speculative shadow, the Architeuthis, the giant squid, a creature whose own true 50-foot scale is itself a modern mystery. It would be a battle of titans, in a darkness no light has ever touched. In this world, we would never find it. It would live and die in a realm we have never seen. Its teeth, when shed, would fall into the deepest, softest, sedimentary ooze, to be buried instantly by the slow marine snow in trenches we will never dredge. Our sonar would miss it. Our satellites are blind to it. It would be a true, living, breathing, biological phantom. Is this likely? Number. It is, by all scientific measures, an almost vanishing statistical impossibility. But the coelacanth was also an impossibility. The megalodon mystery endures, not because there is evidence that it lives, but because the ocean has not yet provided the absolute, final, definitive proof that it is gone. It is the ultimate, unsolved, and perhaps unsolvable mystery of the deep. It is the greatest what if, a 60-foot shadow cast by a 70 million year old fish. This question, this search for a lost, giant predator, is a search for a creature of instinct, but it, and the entire vast 4 billion year history of our planet, raises one final and perhaps even more profound and more lonely question. In all that time, in all those strange and wonderful worlds, why did only one lineage, our own, cross the final, mysterious evolutionary threshold into true technological, self-aware consciousness? This is the great silence, the profound and perhaps the most lonely mystery in the entire 4.5 billion year history of our planet. We have spent this long, quiet night wandering through a hall of marvels, a gallery of 165 million years of dinosaurian success, of 20 million year shark dynasties, of 60 million year long reigns of terror birds, of giant apes, of walking whales, and of bizarre alien Cambrian experiments. The Earth has been a laboratory of almost infinite creativity. It has, by all measures, been wildly, spectacularly successful at producing life. It has also been successful at producing intelligence. We are not the only smart animal. We see it even in our modern world. A crow that can solve a complex, multi-step physical puzzle. A pod of orcas communicating with a complex language, coordinating a sophisticated group hunt. A dolphin with its self-awareness, its play, its social complexity. And perhaps most profoundly, the octopus, a creature from a completely different, ancient, invertebrate lineage. A mind so alien it is almost a separate evolutionary experiment in consciousness. A creature with a distributed brain that can learn, plan, escape, and, it seems, even dream. The planet, it seems, has no problem evolving intelligence. But in 4.5 billion years, in all those hundreds of millions of years of complex animal interactions, in all those dynasties of dominant, social, and clever creatures, why did only one, just one, cross the final, strange, and perhaps catastrophic threshold? Why are we the only species in all of this vast, sprawling history to have mastered fire, to have invented writing, to have developed a technological, symbolic civilization, a consciousness that can not only be, but can contemplate its own being? This is the great silence of planet Earth. Where is the dinosaur civilization? The theropods, like Troodon or Velociraptor, had large, sophisticated brains, grasping hands, and complex, social, predatory lives. They had 165 million years, a span of time so vast it is almost an eternity. Why, in all that time, did not one lineage, one small feathered branch, learn to chip a tool, to build a fire, to create a village? There is no raptor radio, no T-Rex tombstone. They were, it seems, perfectly evolutionarily successful without it. And the mammals? 66 million years of our own warm-blooded Cenozoic age, a time of giant, saber-toothed cats, of social, intelligent, ancient apes, of Andrewsarchus and Chalicotherium, all successful, all dominant. None crossed the line. Why us? Why Homo sapiens, a fragile, upright African ape in just the last fleeting few 100,000 years? Was it a lucky, random genetic mutation? Was it the invention of complex syntactic language, a software upgrade that no other species stumbled upon? Was it the simple, biological accident of a hand, a thumb, that could not only grasp but could throw and could manipulate the world with a new and profound precision? We do not know. We are, as far as we can tell, an anomaly. A singular, conscious, technological event in a 4 billion year history of instinct. This is perhaps the most profound and lonely mystery of all. But it is a mystery based entirely on what we have found. It is a story told by the ghosts that did leave a trace. It is defined by the bones, the teeth, and the shells. But what if the true, deep evolutionary story, the story of life's strangest and most bizarre experiments, is not found in the fossils we have? What if the greatest mysteries are the ones that left no proof at all? This is the final and perhaps most profound silence of all. It is the mystery of the missing library. We have spent this night sifting through the fossil record, a cabinet of wonders filled with bizarre, tangible ghosts, the Opabinia, the Helicoprion, the Titanoboa. These creatures, in their strangeness, astound us, but they are, all of them, the lucky ones. They are the infinitesimal 1 in a billion fraction of life that, by sheer dumb luck, managed to become a fossil. Fossilization is not the rule, it is a miracle. It is a rare chemical and geological accident. To be fossilized, a creature must die in the exact right place. It must be buried instantly by sediment, in water with no oxygen, in a place with no scavengers. Its hard parts must be slowly, perfectly replaced by minerals, molecule by molecule. It must then survive, for millions of years, the crushing, grinding and melting forces of plate tectonics, of geological time. And then, after all that, it must, by another, equally impossible 1,000,000,000 chance, be found. It must be exposed by erosion at the exact fleeting historical moment when a creature, us, with the eyes and the intelligence to understand it, happens to walk by. The vast, overwhelming 99.999% of all life that has ever existed simply vanished. They did not become fossils. They just rotted. They were eaten. They dissolved. They returned to the carbon cycle, leaving not a single whispering trace. This is the great, profound and humbling mystery of the true lost world. It is the world we will never see. What wonders did it hold? What bizarre evolutionary experiments? What creatures of profound, soft-bodied, delicate beauty existed for millions of years and then vanished completely from the record? Imagine the Cambrian, not just with its armored Anomalocaris, but with a world of vast, complex, jellyfish-like predators, creatures of gelatin and water that ruled and left not a single fossilized imprint. Imagine the deep, ancient oceans. What creatures made of pure, soft cartilage and flesh achieved the size of Megalodon, but left no teeth, no bones to mark their reign? What strange, soft-bodied, intelligent, octopus-like dynasties rose and fell, their complex thoughts, their strange, alien cities of perhaps piled stones, all now returned to the simple, uncaring seafloor ooze? What soft-bodied, worm-like or slug-like monsters ruled the damp, humid, carboniferous forests, alongside the armored Arthropleura, creatures that, because they had no shell, left no ghost? The fossils we have, the mysteries we have explored tonight, are not the true story. They are just the surviving pages, the few scattered, torn and water-damaged partial pages from a library of an almost infinite number of lost, unwritten and forever unknowable volumes. The true, deep mystery is not what we know about the past. It is what we cannot know. It is the sheer, unimaginable and silent vastness of the unwritten biological record. Our prehistoric Earth mysteries are just the clues we found to a puzzle so vast we cannot even truly comprehend its shape. This entire sprawling, chaotic and seemingly random 500 million year story, this tale of failed experiments, of giant successes, of sudden catastrophic endings, of profound unknowable silences. It all leads, in the end, to one final and inescapable philosophical question, a question that is, perhaps, the ultimate mystery of them all. This is the ultimate and perhaps the only mystery that truly matters. It is the question that echoes beneath all the others. In this vast, chaotic and seemingly random story, this 50-chapter exploration of creatures that defy logic and empires that vanish in dust, is there any meaning? Is there a point? We have spent this long, quiet 5-hour night wandering through a graveyard of failed experiments and forgotten dynasties. We have seen the absurd five-eyed Opabinia, a creature that led nowhere. We have seen the magnificent spiral-jawed Helicoprion, a design abandoned. We have stood in awe of the Titanoboa, the Megalodon, the T-Rex, colossal, perfect and powerful engines of survival, all of which were, in the end, destined for the same silent, evolutionary scrap heap. We have seen the planet build a warm, green, hothouse world, and then, with an indifferent, geological shrug, tear it down and replace it with ice. We have seen it birth a dozen different, strange humanities, and then extinguish all but one. What is the purpose of this endless, brutal, and seemingly wasteful creativity. Our human minds are built to seek narrative, to find intention, to see a why behind every what. We want to believe that evolution is a story, a grand, upward-sweeping epic, a journey towards something. We want to believe it is a ladder, a progression, from the simple, mindless Cambrian slime up, 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 to the complex, the intelligent, the strong, up, ultimately, to us. But the fossil record, in its cold, silent, and profound honesty, does not tell that story. The fossil record is not a ladder, it is a bush. A vast, chaotic, and infinitely branching bush, where most of the branches, even the thickest, most vibrant, and most successful ones, eventually and randomly just stop. They are pruned not by a grand divine gardener, but by the random, indifferent, statistical shears of chance, a chance asteroid, a chance climate shift, a chance mutation. The mystery of Megatherium, the giant, elephant-sized sloth, is not that it was a step towards something. It was simply a perfectly successful sloth solution for a time. The mystery of the Therizinosaurus, the scythe-clawed herbivore, is not that it was a mistake. It was a perfectly successful, specialized theropod for a time. This, perhaps, is the true, deep, and calm chill of evolution. It may be that there is no purpose, no grand narrative arc, no final intended destination. There is perhaps only process, a simple, blind, and unimaginably powerful algorithm running for 4 billion years, the algorithm of variation and selection. Life simply, mindlessly, tries everything. It tries 5 eyes. It tries bat wings on a dinosaur. It tries spiral jaws. It tries giant armored mammals. It tries microscopic heat-eating bacteria. It tries intelligent, self-aware African apes. It is a process of relentless, chaotic, and profound creativity. And the winners are not the best, or the strongest, or the most advanced. The winners are simply, and only, the survivors. The ones who, by pure, dumb statistical luck, happen to have the right random combination of traits at the right random moment to survive the next random environmental filter. This is a vast, cold, and perhaps deeply unsettling philosophical thought. It removes us from the center of the story. It makes our own brief, intelligent reign not the grand climax of the play, but just another passing scene, another strange evolutionary experiment. But there is perhaps a different and quieter kind of peace to be found in this. If there is no purpose, then there is no failure. The Anomalocaris was not a failure. It was a magnificent success for 50 million years. The Megalodon was not a failure. It was a perfect king for 20 million. The purpose of life, then, is not to win. The purpose of life is just to be, to exist for a time, to express its own strange, beautiful, and sometimes monstrous potential, to be a leaf for a season on that vast, incomprehensible, and beautiful branching bush. All of these mysteries, all these ghosts we have visited tonight, they are not lessons, they are not warnings, they are just stories, the silent, true, and finished stories of a world that, in its boundless, silent, and perhaps mindless creativity, is a mystery so profound that it is, in itself, the only answer we need. And so, our long 5-hour journey through the lost, strange, and silent corridors of prehistoric time comes to its final, quiet close. We have wandered in our minds through a gallery of impossible, beautiful, and terrifying ghosts. We have asked the greatest questions, the ones that have no true, final answer. We have stood at the very dawn of life, in the warm, sunlit pools and the dark, chemical furnaces of the deep sea. We have walked through the silent, alien Ediacaran gardens, a world before the first bite. We have witnessed the chaotic, creative, violent explosion of the Cambrian, a time of five-eyed phantoms and giant abnormal shrimp. We have swum in the ancient Paleozoic seas with the silent, straight-shelled leviathans, the spiral-jawed sharks, and the 8-foot, armor-plated river kings. We have stood in the shadow of 25-foot-tall fungal towers. We have explored the long, magnificent 165-million-year reign of the dinosaurs, pondering the mystery of their tiny arms, their colossal sails, their scythe-like claws, their feathered four-winged bodies, and their vibrant, lost colors. We have listened for the sound of their trombone-like calls and felt the earth shake under the weight of their armored, tank-like bodies. We have felt the profound hothouse fever of a planet turned into a global rainforest, a world of polar jungles, car-sized turtles, and bus-sized snakes. We have seen the impossibly tiny four-toed dawn of the horse and the small, grasping primate hands of our own distant, canopy-dwelling ancestors. We have stood in the Ice Age, in the presence of giants, the 10-foot-tall ape, the elephant-sized sloth, the car-sized armadillo. We have felt the profound, uncanny, and personal silence of our own lost human cousins, the Neanderthals and the Denisovans. And finally, we have stared into the cold, black, and endless void of the deep ocean, contemplating the impossible, living ghost of the coelacanth and the magnificent, tantalizing, and perhaps forever lost phantom of the megalodon. We have asked 50 questions, and the answers, in their own quiet and geological way, are always the same. That life is more varied, more strange, more creative, and more brutal than we can ever truly imagine. And that time, deep, slow, and indifferent, is the ultimate, silent, and final arbiter of all things. Let these mysteries, these vast, deep, and unanswerable questions, be a comfort now. Let them be a soft, heavy, and profound blanket for your mind. They are a reminder that the world is a place of infinite, quiet, and profound wonder. The small, sharp, and bright anxieties of our single fleeting day cannot, in the end, compare to the vast, dark, and ancient silence of these deep, evolutionary enigmas. The journey is over. The ghosts have returned to their silent stone repositories. The whispers of evolution have faded. There is nothing left now but the quiet of your room, the gentle, steady rhythm of your own breath, and the deep, peaceful and welcoming silence of the night. Rest now. Good night.